Hey, hey.
Good afternoon, Wooly. How are you today? Welcome to the fucking daylight savings nightmare that is an hour of our lives stolen. Stolen.
And then you get it back after. So,
I don't even care.
I know. I was talking about it this week, and I think that we're going to hit a weird point in the near future. Because the what I remember growing up is whenever daylight savings would come around and when it would go, everyone had to remember, oh shit, go set the clocks back. Oh shit, go set the clocks forward. Don't forget, tomorrow, that's the day. And then you'd feel it and wake up early for work or wake up early for school and or late. And then you'd be like, yay, we get an extra hour, or boo, we lose an hour. Now it happens with all your devices automatically, and you don't have to manually set it anymore. You might have to on some things, but for the most part, all of your shit is connected to the internet and syncing itself, which means a lot of kids don't have to do that ritual, which means it's going to just kind of come and go automatically, and you're going to just feel more tired and not really know why.
Yeah, for me, the big thing was that I woke up late as shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this bullshit? How it's not fucking this late.
Mm-hmm.
Dog didn't even wake me up. And then I'm like, oh no, it's fucking daylight savings. That's that bullshit time that people say is for farmers, but it's not really, because farmers don't give a fucking shit what actual time it is. They just wake up with the sun.
Yeah, I think but whatever, for whatever reason, like I'm sure it applies for some stupid tradition that was too hard to like get rid of at some point. But I feel as if fast forward a couple decades and like literally kids are just not even gonna know that it exists. It'll just be an automatic thing that happens while you're sleeping, and you'll just wake up the next day feeling a bit different, and it'll be like, oh, I guess I don't know, something happened.
I disagree strongly with that.
Yeah.
Because the kids are up late enough to see the clocks roll over from 12:59 to 3 a.m.
I know I always usually am. But the fact that in my lifetime I've gone from knowing and in advance when to do it because we had to change things to now forgetting that it happened until it already went by me and going, why do I feel tired? Oh shit, it's because it happened. Makes me think
my mom reminds me over the phone literally every year.
Okay. Well, over here it's completely forgotten until I'm in it, way past it, and it's like, oh shit, all my devices already did the thing, and that's why I feel this way. So
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel as if it's at the very least it'll become less of a thing in anticipation, and it'll become just like, oh shit, did that already happen? Whoa,
I hate it. I hate it because it always screws up everybody who doesn't live in our stupid daylight savings world that watches our content because our hours change for no stupid reason.
So who does that apply to?
Europeans.
Okay.
So who cares? Am I right?
Do the Americas as a whole all
yeah, they pretty
adhere?
much all do it. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like it's a bunch of stupid shit that the Americans roped us into. That's a gut feeling. I'm now gonna look it up. Whose fault is daylight savings? Who's to blame? Wow, the article is actually who's to blame for daylight savings.
I mean, this is gonna come off kind of crazy, but it's not that big of a deal.
It's the biggest deal in the world.
Which is, I know, the antithesis of this entire podcast. To just to smother the bit immediately, but it's
Germany's fault.
Well, that's not that. You just said that those Europeans don't have it.
Well, it dates back to 1918 as an energy saving measure because of the war.
Well, anyway, that's not the only thing that has me feeling a little more tired than usual. I had the fun of discovering this week that one of the copper tubes. So my fridge has a hookup that lets you get water from it. Right? It has a little button. You press it and the water comes out.
Hey, I'd like some cold water, please.
Yeah. And the copper tube inside the fridge at some point apparently cracked, and
Okay.
we didn't know this because no water was leaking out in a way that we could see that came from under the
Just
fridge to
cooling
imply
on
a
the
leak.
inside of the fridge.
Not on the inside of the fridge, but to the back corner of like the kitchen, and then through the floor, and then into the under the wood. And so there has been a pooled fucking maybe ankle level amount of water just underneath me. And it's fucking hell, because now obviously you got to come in, pull the baseboards off, shove a bunch of fans in there, get a dehumidifier, and all the construction mafia has now moved inside the house. The construction is coming from inside the house.
I still remember going over to your place for months and being like, wow, the bathroom still fucked up, huh?
So, and that was a completely separate thing, but it was a similar situation because pipes under the ground, like old pipe leak, water drop. And in this case, that was all fixed. That was all taken care of. And it's like now it's the fridge's fault. It's the fridge's turn. So, yeah.
Dude, I'm sorry.
It's the sound. We had to basically have fans on to the point where you can't hear yourself whisper, and going all day for this entire week, more or less.
That's so good to do.
I kicked him off
fun
for the streams, but it was just like, yeah. At the very minimum, like, it's not that bad. And it recognizes faces. It's it's at the very least it's not so bad because the consistent noise makes it, I guess, a little easier for, like, you know, tech to like filter it out. But boy, that's not fun to deal with.
I'm sorry, dude. That sucks so bad.
Not great. Anyway, at the very least, it's like, I don't know. It's just people come in, people come out. They have to measure up how much floor to pull up, and then I have to just figure out how to live in a, you know, semi fucking like,
you know,
spike trap floor situation.
When you get the man to come into your house to do the man thing and fix your house. I've had that you know, I've owned a house for a little while now, so every now and then you got to have a guy in, come and fix something, because I'm looking at it and I'm like, I'm not my dad.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just grab a hammer and a plier and some bullshit and just fix it myself. I'm going to destroy my floor or a wall or whatever, right? And they come in and you're like, this is an older man who looks like he might be a gambling addict. And he looks exhausted. This is exactly who I want to fix my house. And when they take a look at it, I'm like, where do you think the problem is? And they look at you and they go, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you're like, that's not what I wanted you to say.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted you to say, oh yeah, I see this all the time. It's right here. Just you know, take the hammer, bing bang, boom, done.
So I was getting people like that for some time, but like I feel like I've now started to see a much younger generation of like those dudes coming through, because the one who literally was here this morning, not up until maybe a half hour ago or so, maybe a little bit more. Basically, I woke up to like a dude coming through the house, and he's like, "I'm the inspector. I got to look at the floors and inspect how we're gonna go through with pulling up some of this to get at that water." And he was like, yeah, late 20s tops probably. And as he was walking around and taking the inspection, of which he had to, you know, he had to come check out every room, including where I was trying to get a nap.
Right.
But on his way out, he was just like, oh man, this is so cool. I remember the Power Glove when I was a kid. And he was just, you know, like, oh, yo, that arcade. And like, he was just... You know, just like, so it's just like a young French guy that was just remarking on like all the younger shit, and it's like that is the exact opposite of the young the old tired vet. You know,
I don't trust anyone under 40 to fix anything. Just
I
straight up.
mean,
When I got a new AC unit installed in my place at one point, like a heat pump, and like one of the guys that walked in, he was like 22, and I'm like, who is this fucking idiot? And then like the guy that was with him came in, and that dude was like an older guy, and I'm like,
yeah.
oh, thank God.
Yeah. No, I have that. I have that sentiment, and I do have a bit of that bias, but I have seen enough examples of like, oh yeah, that's my son. He's been watching me do this since he's been in diapers, and he's got he's got a handle on it that's close to where I'm at. He just doesn't have the experience, you know, or like,
Yeah.
or like, yeah, like the baby that's been looking under the hood as long, like alongside the, you know, the mechanic dad. It's like, yeah, okay, you probably know what you're doing, somewhere in your mid to late 20s at that point. I'm down to trust that. I've seen examples of it. Anyway.
Yeah, but then I remember that my brother went and did contract work in his early 20s.
But are we really going to use that as the barometer? I mean,
yes.
That fucking
until the day he dies.
That bundle of stories. You know, that fucking Katamari of tales of woe. Yeah. Nah, I don't, you know, that's not everybody.
Hey man, he's got to be good for something.
That's not everybody, but they're out there. They're out there. Anyways, I feel
By the way, to the folks who are watching this in the video content, you may notice that there's a rapidly cycling series of video filters encompassing me.
Yeah, we don't acknowledge it.
Before we started, Wooly asked me what I was doing, and I responded with, "'Cause I felt like it, LOL." And that's all you're gonna get. I'm putting 2 thumbs up right now.
I mean, it looks like horrible censored things are happening around you.
It's the built-in Discord garbage. It looks so bad.
Yeah.
Some of them have fucking Discord logos on them. Ooh, I'm gonna be a vaporwave Discord man. With my floating Steve Buscemi head right next to me.
So this is an MP3. We're not going to acknowledge visual bits, okay?
What if oh no. You're wearing glasses.
We're not acknowledging visual bits. This is an MP3.
You're wearing glasses now?
What? What are you talking about?
Is that a new thing? Is that sunglasses or like what is it?
I don't wear glasses. I'm fine.
Looking at you wearing glasses, or more. Well, I mean, if you want to be smarmy about it, I can see reflective items on your eyeball space.
They're not sunglasses.
To the point where I can like read your monitor.
Oh well.
Like it's hyper reflective.
Well, no, they're not sunglasses, and they're not even real. They're literally just they're not real. They're Persona glasses. They came with a little Ultimax press package.
Oh, nice, lit.
And I'm like, okay.
Aren't we a pair? You're wearing your Persona glasses. I'm in an Elden Ring blanket.
There you go.
You know what I appreciate? You know what? Can I just say to PR people out there, PR man, who are gonna send me a blanket and a cloak and like a figurine or whatever, you just take whatever that costs and just send me like a wad of cash.
Mm-hmm.
I'll appreciate it more. I promise. I'll say your game real good.
I will say when I whipped these out and Punch Mom was all like, "Oh, hook the button, hope for the best."
That's how it do.
Let the wires take care of the rest.
That's my life now.
I don't know. Yeah, that's just, my job's to sit here and talk into this and click a thing.
Did the button do it?
It clicked.
Like, maybe.
And then all the magic has to then be done by the, you know, the wills.
Are we the magic?
No, the wills that live inside these devices are the magic.
You mean the greater wills?
Yeah. They have to carry our sounds and video out to everybody. I assume this is fine. If there's any other problems, then, you know, yeah, we'll deal with them as we as we do. But this will do for now.
I blame Amazon Luna for sucking up our precious bandwidth.
I mean, as long as we're one step at all times from literally just recording a phone call.
Oh, man.
Where, you know,
Oh.
yeah.
Let me tell you, you ever stream a game off your phone?
Mm-hmm. Teppin.
It's fucking terrifying. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Because, like, the apps to use to stream your phone and be like, anything that shows up on this phone's gonna be on the stream.
Yeah. Well, that's
I'm like,
why.
how is there no way to turn that off?
So that's why you turn on 8 levels of notifications being off. You put yourself to do not disturb mode, and you put on airplane mode.
Yeah, for real, man. Like,
Just
terrifying.
A million things off so that I can show you some Teppin.
What if my doctor texted me? It's like, Mr. Boivin, your butthole damage results are in.
It's terminal.
It says right here that you're very mad about trivial bullshit. This is a certified gaper.
We've coined the term permanent prolapse for what.
I don't know if that would all show up in like the text message preview part, but like, you know,
people can piece 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
so what's up with you, Willie?
yeah, I think I was trying to talk about Kirby, and I think I was trying to say
Yeah,
that
you're talking about Kirby, about the engine reset game.
the engine reset game, and you know, in this case, I'm not going to confirm that I know 100% this is an actual engine reset, but it feels like an engine reset game in the sense that they're doing a lot of things from scratch, and they're like ditching some of the progress that was made in the last games, you know.
That makes sense.
When you engine reset Resident Evil, when you engine reset Monster Hunter, you go into a brand new shiny like world, but it has less of the classics that were ready and waiting from the most recent games.
Yeah, so for Rise, we're finally back up to like the old monster numbers, for example.
And in the case of Kirby, what that means is powers and the sophistication therein, right? So it's just a demo we're going off of. Hard to say, but it feels like as a result of switching over to this new 3D world, which was used in Star Allies as the overworld. So in Star Allies, you control Kirby on a map that is like the 3D that you're getting in Forgotten Land, but you just jump into the next level, right? And now to make that the actual like main way the game is played, a lot of the powers that were in the previous games had tons and tons of pages of moves and sophistication. Like, I would say they made a Kirby fighting game, and every power has like 2-3 pages worth of unique moves for each power. It was really cool, and that's my favorite shit, right? That's what gets me into these things, because, you know, I like the whole like multiple power absorption thing, but like, you know, Mega Man has that in a very basic sense. You usually get the charge shot and then a regular shot, but in Kirby's case, you have like a fuck ton of things you can do when you pick any given power, you know. And then you add the combiners from like 64 and stuff like that. It just gets incredible. So the move list of the stuff in Forgotten Lands is now looking pretty well. First of all, it doesn't exist in the demo. But what you can feel is something that's like back to kind of basics. And I was able to find like a couple of like not so obvious moves, like while blocking, if you have the sword and you attack, you could do like a stinger, and then if you can follow that up with like a launcher, and then in midair you can then do a spin into a helm splitter, you know. That stuff is like, you know, so that's like there's like one extra layer there. Or with the advanced form of the bombs, you could like chain them together into tether to create like 5 bombs that are all like tethered and shit. And, you know, it seems like there's going to be these different levels to the power-ups that'll give them more moves. But it does still seem like we're going to be far from the like 4 pages of options you had with each power up in the past, you know? So they're kind of like bringing it back to some simple basics in order to make this new engine or this new approach to Kirby games like
Would you say that this is the DMC2 of Kirby games?
No, because that implies DMC2 levels of bullshit and making it a bad game. And I didn't feel that at all. I felt like this was fun. I don't mind at all the game. It certainly felt like it was going to be a fun Kirby game. I just hope that, you know, by the time we make it through to the release and we see what these power-ups look like, that they don't end up being a super shadow of their comparison to what they used to be, you know? So the sword is going to have less moves. That's okay, but please have some as opposed to just like 2, you know?
Yeah, I can feel like you use Monster Hunter as an example. The next Monster Hunter game is not going to be as hyper as Rise. Like so a lot of those moves are going to go, and they're going to go with a slightly larger that compared to World unified move set, because that's what they always do. They always do like a grounded one and like a hyper one with every feature you can imagine, and then they junk all the ones that didn't work
and then
or weren't that good.
Go back to some fundamentals. Yeah, I think that this leveling up system, you know, it might just be the thing I'm looking for. It might just be like maximum sword level will have all that old shit, you know. But for now, with the powers, with a single ability being leveled or being split into a couple different levels, it definitely makes me think you're gonna not have as many power-ups as you did at the end of like Star Allies, where there were so many, you know. And like,
who knows though, right? Like, nobody knows how long this game is.
Nobody knows how long the game is.
Go.
Exactly, right? Or like a situation like Planet Robobot, where it's like, well, this is a single serving game where the robot powers are all going to be used for this setting, and then that's going to be it, you know? It'd be super sick to see that shit come back, but either way. So the engine reset game is the term I'm going to go with.
You don't get that. You don't get the feeling from this one that this is like a Kirby game for babies, like say like an Epic Yarn, which was like Kirby for baby.
Well, every Kirby game is for babies, but then it stops being for babies.
Hey, I didn't say it.
That's the magic of Kirby. Every Kirby game is for babies, and then it stops being for babies. that's what they are. But yeah, but there was also some other discoveries. For example, when you do the dodge, like at the last second from a hit, you get some witch time, right?
Seriously.
You get some slowdown effects going. So there is some stuff that's in there that was just maybe not immediately obvious in the demo. And you did pick up...
Maybe it's just hidden real deep.
Yeah, well, usually you pause this game and you see a bit of lore, and then you scroll sideways and then you see some moves, you know? So I hope we get something like that. You also picked up some signs of like the companies on this destroyed planet that you're on, you know, and some implications, I guess, as to like what this planet was before it got overrun and destroyed, and who the megacorps were, and possibly, you know, how it all went bad, and the signs possibly implying that there was some mega corporation war that could have possibly totaled everything. So, you know, the Kirby Automata vibe is correct. Like, it's going to do things in both places.
It's time for our marshmallow throat goat to solve everything.
Yep. You don't have to see any dead bodies, but you just gotta watch him gluck, you know. So, yeah, no, it was the one
hurt me. That hurt me.
No, the one that hurt me was, I mean, it's funny because I'm playing through it and, you know, having fun and seeing the modes and just like having the natural reaction one does to it, and you know, and then you getting the comments of people that are just like, if this is gonna be the whole video of this is fucking unwatchable, immediately followed by yes, die more on the inside, Wooly. You know, and someone else who the way they phrased it, because when Mouthful Mode debuts, he swallows the car, but he swallows the foxes first, right? So the important detail here is that before the car, in between the car and Kirby, are those foxes that got swallowed. And because the swallow process was never fully completed, because the car is sticking out of his mouth, the foxes are still alive, stuck on top of the car, in between the Kirby flesh and the car itself. And the term that was used by this commenter was the enemies have been Vac-Bedded. Between the car and Kirby. And I'm like, oh.
You gotta stop, man. I'm gonna sweat.
Oh, man. Vac-Bedded voring has occurred.
Don't like it. Do you see the outline of the foxes struggling to get out through the top of Kirby's head?
Struggling. But also maybe one of them might be enjoying it.
Like, do any of them have erections?
That's the problem.
Are the erections visible from through the top of Kirby's head?
You can tell. That's the problem, is that you can tell. This is the worst. It's just the worst. There's nothing salvageable. It's all bad.
So, let's try and put ourselves in the let's just put ourselves in the alternate reality of ourselves as maybe younger, don't know about vor or sex shit, creepy people or whatever, and it's just the cartoon, like, oh, I ate a big candy, now I'm the size of the candy, or you know, whatever. The car is what ruined it. Literally, the car won, because it shows Kirby like stretched to nightmare proportions, but like with the car half in.
Yes.
Like in cartoon logic, it's always, I ate a mailbox, now I'm a mailbox.
Absolutely.
Cartoon character.
Yes, and they actually, like, you know, there's all the other ones where, again, not as bad, right? Though the hole is still rough, because you see the pink inside of through the hole when you're looking at Kirby. So the Goatsy image is unignorable. You have to confront it. And furthermore, the pylon, upon closer inspection, he's not just wrapped around the top of the pylon while the bottom protrudes. He's wrapped around the cone top and half of the bottom.
Oh.
So the only protruding part is just half of the base of the pylon. And it's
oh man, I hate this.
Yeah, no, big uncomfortable. Make no mistake. But in any case, fun Kirby game, you know, and fun little basic introduction to where we're going. We got to fight a boss fight. The boss fights are now. This is what's interesting. So, to just go back to
fight that fucking tree.
It was no, it was a big gory. It was a big angry gorilla. So, what you got in Star Allies, again, you had all these powers that were introduced and like brought up to the maximum level, and then the overworld was the 3D world that we're getting to play in now. And then when you go into the final boss, okay, so this is the part where midway through my talk, you got something. What's going on?
No, it's there's not a new thing. It's just
okay.
like this. I'm just upset.
Yeah,
in a way that is making me giggle.
Okay, no, that's good. Upset. That's good.
I'm just trying to keep it together out here.
Well, so anyway, the point is the last boss of Star Allies is a big old fight that is 3D environment, camera massively focused on the enemy in the center of the stage, third-person action game giant boss, and here a number of the bosses in the game are shown off to be that way, and it seems like this is going to be the new way to fight. And like even when you get into the Kirby games have mid-stage bosses where you fight like any of the special power dudes, the big hammer guy, or like Chili, and all that stuff. They are now going to lock you into this circular arena as well, and you're going to have this like circular third-person duel with the bosses and mini bosses. So that's cool because like the final boss of Star Allies being set up in that way, it was actually pretty fun to control. It was, a new thing, but it worked out, and they've now turned that into the formula for how all the boss fights are going to go. and it feels it feels pretty fun to like dodge and rotate, especially with the co-op mode going. I certainly hope that you get the ability to have co-op let them control whoever they want their friend to be, because right now just being Bandana D is like a little limited. Surely it's gonna
that
also.
dude sucks.
He's cool, but you want more than Bandana D.
But like, I mean, compared to the Kirby power set.
Oh no, but Bandana D does a lot of cool shit with the spear. Like he can fly with. He's got a really like advanced moveset with just a spear. It's pretty impressive.
Can he bore a car?
No, but he can stab shit and fly. It's cool. But like if it's just kind of limited to Waddle Dee and then Meta Knight and DDD, then like it'll be like that's cool, but yeah, hopefully it'll be the full power roster as well. But in any case, it's fine. It's a Kirby game and it's working. It's doing what it's promised. It's playing out in a 3D map environment, and it feels more like Mario 3D World than it does Mario, let's say Odyssey or Galaxy. That's the thing to note too, is it feels more like 3D World where you're on a set of like almost little play sets connected to each other, and you crawl up a wall or you take an elevator and then you get to the next play set area. It feels more like that than it does the larger of those, like that Odyssey kind of feeling, and that's good. That's good because those games were fun. So all in all, optimistic. I just need to find out what's going to happen with these powers and where and how advanced they're going to be. The big sword ability when leveled up in this was like Barbarian Kirby. He had like the giant great sword, fuzzy like collar, and like a big warrior helmet. And I was like, yeah, that's fucking cool. I'm down with that. I like this energy. So, mouthful mode aside, there was things to look forward to.
It's still
also
so upsetting.
When you're in mouthful mode, you maintain the ability that you've previously eaten as a little helmet sitting on top. So, if you're like the cone and you have like the bomb ability, the little bomb hat sits on top of the cone as you like flop.
Okay, I have a question. When you're in the car, where's the hat sit?
I didn't see it on the car because that was like one of the
if it's on the top of Kirby's head,
might be on the top
front of the car. And if it's the back of Kirby, that means it'd be on his asshole.
I think it might be on the top, but I can't confirm where it was there. I don't think I saw it.
All right.
Yep. So Kirby's coming along great.
I bet he is.
I mean, this might be revenge because what was there? There was recent news about how one of there was one of the directors of one of the older Kirby games had never had a face and had never had a photo of his face taken until recently.
Right.
Someone dug up like an old book and got an example of him, and so basically, the director of the Dark Matter trilogy, Shimomura, for the first time has been depicted, and maybe that wrath is being carried out upon us today. Kirby's a weird franchise because, outside of the basic idea of just like Hal being like, yeah, let's make some cute stuff, and you like thinking of, Iwata and Sakurai and all these people having fun back in the day, but that's like, oh yeah, there was an era of Kirby called the Dark Matter trilogy, and then during that time there was a director, but nobody knew what he looked like, and he had no public image. He was just a mysterious person, and people have literally theorized that he might be a cover name and or like a collection of other people that don't want to be credited. It was a big old weird thing. And like now there's a face and they're like, okay, well that's what he looks like, but it doesn't explain the things we don't know.
We're unironically one step closer to like Kirby opening up his mouth and like an arm, just like a regular arm with like a gun coming out.
I think we're going to hit a point in the future, not too far from now, when it'll be time to like look back on this franchise, and like you're gonna need like a Netflix documentary to really just bring people up to speed with like what the fuck, what's happening with Kirby, where you like people who haven't been looking in are just gonna see some stuff, and it's gonna get really, it's gonna get really, really weird.
I have a question.
You have many questions.
Okay, I have a question. Let's say Wooly looks at a guy. No, Kirby, you're Wooly. Hello. Kirby looks at a guy named Bob, right? And he's like, "Hey, Bob, boyo," right? And Bob's like, "What's up, Kirby?" And Kirby's like, "Why don't you climb in here?" And then absorbs all of Bob and becomes like a Kirby suit for Bob. And Kirby's just walking around with Bob inside him, and he's like man power, right? Or whatever, right? He's Pink Man. There. Somebody said in the chat, Pink Man. Okay, and then Kirby goes to a bar and hits up a young lady, right? And they go back to the house to have relations. And then Kirby opens his mouth, and then Bob's junk comes out of Kirby's face, and then the girl get pregnant. Whose baby is that?
Well, excellent question. Here's the thing. It all depends on whether or not Kirby has swallowed. I'm assuming that he didn't swallow, because if he did, Bob would have turned into stars, and Kirby would have become the new Bob. That's not what happened, right? Because you see,
well, no, Bob's a tall guy.
Right, but it doesn't matter how tall he is, because if Kirby swallows Dr. Mario, and then well,
he's too big. He's too big as a person to be swallowed.
The point remains is Kirby swallows Dr. Mario, and then he swallows, and now he walks out of the office and says, "Sharon, send in my next patient," because now Kirby is Dr. Mario, right?
Right.
But and then there's the star of whatever he created inside his gut that gets spit out. However, in order for Bob to remain inside of Kirby, undigested, then that would have to be mouthful mode, right?
I just saw the worst comment scroll by, which was that I've accidentally described the plot of Son of the Mask.
Sure. Now, you want an answer to your question. I assume that's why you asked it.
No, I don't care. I just wanted to make people upset.
Okay.
As upset as I was when I thought of this.
Well, now you're getting an answer. Too bad. Fuck you. So the not swallowing of Bob, but the ability to have his dick stick out at that point, implies that he is in mouthful mode. And as it stands, we've only seen mouthful mode apply to inanimate objects, right?
Right.
We've only seen it apply to a car, a pylon, a vending machine. We don't know how it interacts with living creatures and flesh just yet. It might just be a head crab situation, but we don't know for sure.
So what's the over under? Unironically, this is not me fucking around. That like Kirby tries to eat like a giant crab or something, and then becomes like a crab shaped Kirby.
Well, because in the past he has then just swallowed it and he becomes a Kirby with a little crab cosplay on him, right? That's the deal. The deal is whatever he swallows, if it's got powers at the very least. If it doesn't have powers, then it just gets swallowed and Kirby doesn't care.
And doesn't everything have powers to some degree?
No. Those foxes, those normal enemies, unremarkable enemies on Popstar, don't have powers. They just get swallowed and become nothing.
God, that sucks.
Yeah, they get spit out as stars. But not everybody has a power to give Kirby. Not everyone is worthy of his hunger. So those that are will grant him an ability, at which point then he becomes cute Kirby cosplaying as you. But the idea of, the full organic creature being partially swallowed is brand new territory. We have not explored this yet. And so far as mouthful mode has shown us, it's only technology. It's only machines. So we need to see what happens in the full game.
Yeah, okay. That's what we all need to see.
I mean, either you want to know or you don't, but, Anyway,
What would happen to Kirby if he tried to swallow a slightly larger car?
Oh, well, he's going to grow faster he's going to grow larger.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah. I mean, there's an ending where Kirby becomes, like, humongous as he flies across the planet, carrying all the food that was stolen.
Okay.
So he can become, like, fucking balloon-sized and lift a fucking castle. I mean, make no mistake, the size is not the issue. All right. So anyway, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, available soon. Looks like it's going to be a fun time. Now, I eagerly await seeing the co-op options we get with that. Other stuff this week, I suppose. Elden updates.
Yeah, hit me.
Well, I've been doing a lot of off-screen cave hunting is basically what it's come down to.
There's a lot.
Yes. And I'm realizing what the flow of this LP is going to be. Because when I last left off, I was in the middle of Stormvale. And I basically peeked my head around and got to the little area outside where you have the 3 like colossi.
Yeah.
And you know, and then there's that big old fucking badass beast that you fight in the courtyard.
Oh, I've been calling them Naruto lions.
Yeah, that thing was cool.
Just been calling them Narutos.
Fought one of those, and that's where Stormvale got to. But at the same time, since we've paused our progress there, I'm now walking out into Liurnia.
Yeah.
And off camera, I've basically charted out almost all of it.
Yeah, you think that?
Well, so there's a large area to the north that I haven't passed yet, but like I've basically gotten as high as like the Artist's Shack in Liurnia, and everything beneath that I've like done my best to like map out the graces and like I found a couple caves to attend to. So what it's gonna basically be is like, yeah, exploration, doing the homework off camera, and then lining it up so that, you know, when it comes time to start, we're gonna just progress hard.
Well, that's less than half that zone.
Sure. Well, we'll go by we'll go by map fragments then.
Okay.
Because the point is I'm going to take a lot of that time and spend it lining up as many of those things I can find over the time, and then when we come back in, we get to hit them one by one, and that seems like it's going to work out, because the difference between where we left off with last session and where I am at right now is a huge the map. There's a huge new chunk of map and a whole lot of graces.
Boy, is there.
That weren't there before. So it feels like good progress.
Let me ask you, how far did you get in Stormvale exactly?
I got to the courtyard. I doubled back all around, and then took out that beast, and then I also went the other way and I saw the big party room.
Yeah.
And I jumped into the party room, and the timing of which couldn't have been more hilarious as I was landing on the roof, and Reggie's like, "Man, I thought there would have been more enemies in this big legacy dungeon." And I panned the camera over, and we just see the army waiting.
Yeah, there's like 30 guys in there.
You know, and like it was the most perfect timed like fucking flub. So I
Did you meet the birds there?
I did meet the birds there.
Birds there seem like there's a certain type of like maliciousness that the From Software gang has, and these birds are in full fucking force with that maliciousness.
What if Goofy Bird had to follow the pathing of the stairs on the ground to get to you, but it's got swords on its feet and a flamethrower for a helmet?
What if Goofy Bird knew how to use explosives?
Yeah. So I've basically, I mean, I've just like nullified those into just being throw a dart, and when they come to you, just hit a nice riposte on them. But yeah, the party room, I kind of was like, I saw where that was, and then I went back the other way, and now got to the courtyard. So that's basically what it is.
Have you found? Okay. So, Stormvale is the moment when I started to understand that the From Software level designers have decided to be like, well, we gave you a real jump button, and fuck you if you're not going to use it, because we're going to hide just every fucking possible dead angle, blind off the cliff over a ledge, fucking nonsense we can think of.
Yep. I've had a couple of those. I've had one outside of Stormvale, just with Torrent, where you jump off a cliff and then jump backwards under the cliff.
Yeah.
To get into a little ledge that had an item on it. And then in Stormvale, there's the jumping on the rafters and then sprinting and jumping off at like a 40-degree angle to get to this one purple item type shit.
My personal favorite. Did you meet Rogier?
Yes. Who is that again?
He's the guy's asshole with the hat who's like, oh, you're here in the castle. That's crazy.
Yes, I bought some spells from him. Yeah. Big hat.
Like,
cool guy.
The most vindictive one is relatively near his position. Is like, what if you just jumped right off the castle? Just right off.
And there's signs down there.
Fucking rampart into there'd be a little rock outcropping there that you can follow somewhere. It's like
there's signs.
Why?
Yeah,
why would I fucking think to do that?
And there's even a door that leads you to look down there to just see the fact that there's bloodstains. You know, you're like, oh my god, there's life and death happening that far below.
It's been this thing in From Software games, like you'd see a message on something and you'd be like, well, clearly a human player could reach that. But in the prior games, 99% of the time, that was like somebody doing some bullshit to get over to some area they're not supposed to. But now, like, you'll see like 10 messages. You're like, how the fucking...
Yeah.
And there's blood. Okay, that's a thing. That's a spot.
And I'm already in the middle of like looking at some of these. And here's an interesting thing too is like the way that the castle has laid out some strong enemies. Once you open up the shortcut from the beginning, from that inner bonfire, you can run down. So right outside the Rogier area, you have that tough shield knight, right? And then you go inside, and then you got one of those axe fuckers, and then you have a spear knight. And then downstairs, you've got a grafted scion. And I'm like, I can 1v1 these dudes and have a nice legit duel. But, like, the back-to-back is going to be fucking rough going through all of them.
Do it.
Well, or don't do it, right?
Or don't. Or
don't do it, right? And that's the thing is, like, after spending a bit of time where I'm like, okay, now I have to stop and go... My thing is to have fun learning the match in these duels, but we're going to have to move, grab the items, piece it back together.
You have a crouch button in this game for a reason.
Certainly do. And yeah, no, that's exactly it. So it's like there's a point you hit where I'm like, all right, in any other, like if I hit an enemy like the double grafteds, for example, or like the first one you meet when you create your character, that's a run or die, get the fuck out of here situation. In this situation, it was just doable enough that I was like, oh, but you can do this, you know? Yeah. But it still wants you to just kind of run and get shit.
So the grafted scion there, he'll die. He'll stay dead. Like any same thing with the lion. Like any enemy of a certain strength will always stay dead. And so Paige's, I was watching Paige's footage, and she's not very good at fighting those knights. Like, she's pretty good at most of it, but like those specific knights that have the wind attacks just fuck her up. And what she managed was she got spotted by the first one, ran her ass into the room with the other one, aggroed them both, ran them in circles until they lost her in the far room after she had already picked up all the items, then went to the balcony and used kukris
Oh my
to
god.
fucking snipe the grafted
Oh
scion
my god.
in the room. And so kukris do bleed, and they stack, and the consumable items scale with your stats. So with like 20 knives, she just blew that fucking thing up and had no chance.
Interesting. Okay.
And then she just hopped over and got the grace and was like, done. Did it.
Huh.
And it's like, that, what the fuck? You completely bullshitted that whole fucking sequence of events.
Win's a win. I mean, I went in.
I fought my ass off for like an hour getting through that same spot. You did it in like 4 minutes.
I went with like half magic shots, and then I put bleed on the bloodhound. Then I went bleed on the bloodblade and jumped down there and tried to do it. But yeah, no, like those wind dudes, like they absolutely can fuck you up, and they were a pain in my ass for a good bit of that stream as well. I'm like, I just need enough runs to figure out where you can swing and where you can't, you know. I think the main reason, at least in my build, why they presented such a awakening moment is because they don't poise break, like, and they also don't bleed pop. So everything going heavy enough on them consistently, even when they're winding up, you're like, you're probably gonna pop or crumple right now at some point, right? And they never did. I've never gotten one to fall over.
As somebody who's spent a good time with the game, I will say, literally every single thing in the game will eventually poise break, but that can include like 9 jump attacks in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Like a lot of them are, and the larger your weapon, the more it'll do. So some are disproportionately, dramatically more difficult. There are enemies that won't bleed, but things that I would consider, things that you would look at and consider alive, will bleed at some point. It's just,
okay. It was with
much harder for some.
It seemed like it just wasn't going. Now, since then, I've learned quite a few things. One, I came back down around to that fucker, and he became a shop, and he sold some shit. And one of those things he sold was a nice pair of cestus, and I put those bad boys on, and I started fucking testing out the 1-2-1-2, because now fist weapons are dual automatically, which is the greatest.
A lot of weapons are dual automatic.
Claws automatically dual. Yeah, fantastic.
There's a great sword you can get in the game when you two-hand it. Instead of two-handing it, you pull a second great sword out.
That's awesome, man. Because yeah, like, just, you know, make it more fun for unique moves to, and for people who want to play a fist weapon, you want to play one player claw, you want to play claws, you probably want both, you know? Like, just they know that most people grabbing one of these don't want to wait to find another set of claws in the games later, and then now you can finally power stance it.
Yeah.
You know? So you put those fucking fists on, right? And in this case, I'm looking through the ashes, and the only one I have that'll get that damage up is with the Holy Blessing. So you put the Holy Blessing on, and you fucking, bam, call one out, pour one out for God, and then run in and just Tekken style R2 pop, 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 and you watch them fall to their knees, get back up, and fall to their knees again. And I've done it on, there's like a lightning knight that's wandering through Liurnia up top. I just, like, straight up, while he's getting his big wind-ups going, like, just keep R2ing. Fuck you. Get the crumple in, and then riposte, charge it up again. And you have the exact time frame of when you riposte, you can charge your next hard R2, and it'll hit them as soon as they get up, you know?
So, Elden Ring has a real
poise break is fantastic.
Elden Ring has a real strength that a lot of the Dark Souls games don't have. And that is, I've played all of these games to death, and you get to the point where you get a new weapon, and you're like, oh, cool moveset. and then you look at the number and you hit a guy with it like twice, and you're like, this thing is garbage. I consistently was surprised by stuff going, oh no, wait, no, this has a purpose. This has a use. There's a range on it. So like late in my game, I was using a great sword that did a lot of holy damage, and I bought and upgraded a different unique greatsword that also did a lot of damage, but it did fire instead of holy. But it didn't do nearly as much as the holy one. I was like, it's a bummer. I feel like I wasted it. And then I used the weapon art. And the weapon art was 10 times better on the one that did less damage. It was like a long, wide beam all the way down like 30 feet.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh no, this is a completely different thing. This is a gun that sometimes is a sword. Was
it a different effect, or were the numbers better?
Oh, it was. They were actually very similar effects, but one was a beam that looked like an air cutter, but it was actually just like a single projectile. It would go straight forward about 10 feet and hit somebody, and it would do one big hit of damage. The other one would do what looked like a power geyser for maybe 30 feet and would knock down anything it hit, and did twice as much damage.
Okay.
And was like also like 5 feet wide. And was like, oh, these are superficially very similar.
Yeah,
but they're actually totally different.
Well, I'm looking at what ashes are compatible with what, and I'm looking at and I'm seeing how it's like daggers are compatible with carrying greatsword, for example, right?
Rules.
You can just take the smallest little nub and do the biggest fucking overhead with it.
Yeah, what I have right now, I'm playing I'm doing an off-camera run with a Magic Man, and I have a rapier which has the critical multiplier of 130, and I have carrying phalanx on it. Which is the little swords, and that staggers people, and then you just stab them with the extra crit damage on it, and like that's the whole game plan on that thing.
So that's what I was looking, and I noticed, I was like, okay, so hold on a minute now, like Miséricorde is like 140 crit, right?
Yeah, that's high.
So what? Yeah, I'm like, so like, what can we do to build something around actually swinging around this little dagger? You know, is there
find something that does a lot of stagger damage?
And is there an ash that like also uses crit in some way, you know? Because like that's the thing is
there's 91 ashes of war.
So that I'm like okay, the combinations here are playing a really fun game of like find the perfect match, you know,
including 4 different parries.
Exactly. Regular parry, fucking buckler parry. You know, at least.
No, much more esoteric than that.
Oh, okay.
You've got regular parry, you've got parry, and it puts a little shield wall in front of you that just stops spells. You've got regular parry that if you hit a spell with it, it creates
Deflects.
a carrying phalanx for free.
Oh shit. Okay.
And then you have later in the game, there's a holy parry, which costs FP to do, but extends the parry hitbox to 3 characters wide and 3 characters away from you in front of you. So you can parry misses.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. It's I'm very excited for like possibilities.
Oh, there's a 5th one
here.
I never used.
Well, there you go. I'm hoping to run into something to just like lock it in and have the combo of like this and this together are a match made in heaven.
So I should mention I beat the game on Friday. And I would consider the run that I did 99% complete. I started my stream and I was like, that's a dungeon, that's a dungeon, that's a dungeon, literally 3 of them. And there was a 4th one down in Kaled that I had been saving. I'm like, nope, I'm going to go beat the game. So I left those 4, but did everything else. And my takeaways on the game are many, one of which go straight to what we're talking about with the Ash of War system, you actually get way, way, way easier and more upgrade materials for unique weapons than you do regular weapons.
Oh,
regular
really?
weapons are a lot harder to upgrade. It is much easier.
Smoldering smithing stone is frequent.
Yeah, when I finished Liurnia, I had a +9 unique weapon, and had that for the whole game, for the whole remainder of the game. But now that I've been playing it a little bit more, the reason for that is pretty simple, and it's because if you have, let's say, the longsword, the simplest, most bare bones weapon you'll ever find in a Dark Souls game, right? That longsword has the potential to do ice damage and Hoarfrost Stomp, or bleed and use Blood Slash, or poison and do the Poison Mist attack, or carry in Phalanx and do magic damage and thrust, or like a huge stab move, or a flip move that goes through people's block. And the longsword is actually like 50-ish different unique weapons because of the Ash of War system.
Something I was curious about, because I basically going through Liurnia, you know, and seeing some of the events and getting some more ashes out there. You know, I've been just toying with the builds, and I'm wondering, like, so if you go power stancing on something and on 2 blades, and one blade has frost in it and the other has bleed in it, that dual attack will build up both, correct?
Yeah, oh, totally.
And then you can also stack secondary effects on each of those individually.
So I found a rapier.
Meaning you could quadruple effects?
I found a rapier that did rot as its innate effect. And that rapier worked with the Ash of War system. And what I was able to do was I was able to put Poison Mist as its weapon art on, and then I had found the Wet Blade that allows me to change the damage type to blood. And so this was a rapier that did blood damage. It did bleed procs on stabs. It procced rot on stabs, and the weapon art would shoot poison out, and was able to go back to the early game giants and successfully test that by putting this thing on unleveled, don't need the level, right? It doesn't need to do more damage. It doesn't matter. And stab something 6 times and do the weapon arts twice, they would have had a bleed proc, have rot on, and be poisoned. And the rot and poison procs are separate.
Wow. Wow.
And so for a little bit, I considered having that in one of, like, the second weapon in my right hand, and just switch to that and just go poke, 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 and then switch to my regular weapon. But the weight didn't work out, and I already had different ways to apply rot and whatnot. Here's a fun little example. If you have something that can cause the frostbite effect, which causes a huge damage burst.
I got one. I finally got one.
What is it? Is it called Hoarfrost Stomp?
No, it's I think it's like Frost Blade or Frost Spear.
Whatever, anything that does ice, right? If you have anything that does ice, you hit them with ice, and the ice status is Frostbite. And what that'll do is it will do a big damage burst. It's like the magical equivalent of bleed, and they'll take a little bit more damage for a while they're in the icy state. So that's cool. But you can't do the frost burst while they're frosted. Doesn't work. It'll take a little while to run out, unless you hit them with any fire attack, which
retribution system,
the frost effect. At which
literally,
point you can refrost them.
Gil retribution system in Street Fighter V. Hit him with ice, hit him with fire, keep the combo going.
So you can literally use an ice weapon to burst somebody, and then switch to a dagger
fire
that you put fire on and go boop.
Damn.
And then immediately go back to frosting.
Damn. Okay.
So,
that's cool.
I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to break down like how I feel about the game now that I've beaten it, because this is kind of my last series of thoughts.
Absolutely.
So one, the game is excellent. It's the best game I think From Software has ever made. I think it's just as significant as Breath of the Wild was when that came out.
I should
It is
also note.
absolutely. Oh, sorry, after you.
Sorry, no. I was going to note that your timing is on point as well, because it seems to be this is the week in which people have started becoming pretty brazen and unapologetic about just like last boss related tweets.
Don't use TikTok.
No, not even, not that.
Just don't.
Just no. People sending it to me. I've had at least 4 or 5 people send me tweets relating to last boss related things, and it's just like,
Yeah,
thanks
there's
guys,
like 85.
thanks, cool.
There's like
It is what
85
it
unique
is.
bosses in the game. You'll be fine, genuinely.
Oh yeah, I know. I just, people don't think.
I know they're. I just the other day, and this is the 5th time I think I mentioned it. I think I mentioned it once a day on my streams, where I was talking about the family relations with Marika and Radigan and all these kids, and somebody was like, "Oh man, how about that massive spoiler that the game hides behind a quest?" And I'm like, "Sick! I hope you earn your PhD, you fucking idiot!
Yeah,
you fucking moron! Thank you."
I mean, in this particular case, besides just like people like talking about it for whatever, there's like a piece of Miyazaki news relating to his designs on the bosses or whatever, and in this case, it's one that's
that's a fake story about feet.
Okay, well, I'm just
straight
like
up fake story about feet.
But I'm just like, I don't send me anything that's, please don't be that that dick.
So game is stupid incredible. It's absolutely amazing. It is definitely not flawless. I have encountered dozens of what I can only describe as straight up mistakes, not bugs, mistakes in the game. It feels very, very strongly that many enemies did not get a final pass before release. There are dogs in some areas.
Yeah, I found them.
That when they bite you, they apply multiple stacks of bleed on you. And when the bleed hits, you hemorrhage multiple times a second and just explode.
Okay.
There is no goddamn way that is the way that is supposed to work. No fucking way. There are enemies.
Is it those diseased fuckers that those just?
Yes.
Yeah. They hit way harder than they should. Than you expect.
There are NPCs walking around 2 or 3 zones from the end in some random ruin that all have way more health than the final series of enemies in the game. Like in the final dungeon. There is a door boss. There is a tree sentinel that sits in front of one of the game's final bosses, and it's just an annoying thing of like, maybe you want to take this tree sentinel out before you do the boss run, because you're going to probably be going back and forth to the boss door. That is way, way harder than the boss he is guarding. Like by an order of magnitude.
Okay.
It took me 15 times to get the tree sentinel, and I beat the boss in 3.
Now I have to say that like I've also been introduced to Everjail 2, and I met Crucible.
Yeah, those dudes are awesome.
And it was great. It was great. Crucible is just an honest fucking real fight. Love it. That the difficulty of Crucible. For the place he's in.
Part of the. Oh yeah, it's fucked.
It's insane, right? Yeah.
So here's the thing, Crucible Knights kind of have, like they have the least stat crunch of any enemy I found in the entire game. Like ones you find later are tougher, numerically, but like. You know how you'll fight a dog in Limgrave and you'll kill it in 1 hit, and then you'll fight a dog 5 zones later and it'll take 4 hits from the same weapon? Yeah, the Crucible Knights are like, there's 16 of them, and they are pretty close to each other.
Oh shit, okay.
It feels like a unit of guys.
This is going to be a thing. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I wasn't sure. Well,
so the game balance is kind of all over the place with some areas, and you run into like hard, ridiculous, stupid shit. There's a boss in the Weeping Peninsula that with like a level 1 character, you kill him in like 8 seconds, and you're like, what? Why does he have like less health? Yeah, why does this boss have less health than the enemies in his own dungeon? Right, like stuff like that. There's spells that are the upgraded versions of spells that cost more FP that straight up just do less damage.
I was weirded out because the third ever jail I found was the fire thief. Who
he's a bitch.
That was nothing. It was just a normal enemy.
Yeah, he's a bitch, and he drops Flame of the Fell God,
big old
which is a 41 faith spell.
Yeah,
which is drumroll, please, fucking awful.
Oh yeah, it's too slow.
I leveled up. Oh, dude, like I was
when he used it, it was really slow.
Yeah, I played a faith character, and I'm like, oh man, I have all these super high level faith sorceries, and they're terrible. All the low level faith ones are great.
Okay.
The high level ones are
in my brain, I was like putting together some headcanon here where I'm like, damn, I guess they locked all the badasses in these ever jails. And then this chump comes jumping out. I'm like,
usually that. So
the fuck was that?
So balance wise, yeah, the game definitely has issues. There's some shit all over the place that is like, I foresee in the usual thing of From Software's regulations updates instead of patches, that some of that's going to get tuned. Damage numbers on a lot of stuff is going to get tuned. I think Hoarfrost Stomp in particular, which is the best skill in the game,
is that what you're calling it? Tuned. Yeah.
It's called Hoarfrost Stomp. That's the name of the move.
No. I mean, like it's best in the game, is what you're saying here.
Speedrunner's fucking move of choice has got the run under 29 minutes.
With that, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
It's flat out the best one, 100%. So all that being said, I can't believe how big the game is, even after our discussion last week. I got to what I was of the belief was the end of the game, and the game portrays it as the end of the game, only to be given 6 more zones.
Zones.
One is I'm counting legacy dungeons as well.
So you chose to end prematurely.
Pardon?
You chose to end prematurely.
No. When I say I skipped 4 dungeons, I mean I skipped like the little catacombs that have the gargoyles in them.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that what I thought was the end of the game was then followed up by 3 entire map segments and 3 more legacy dungeons. And I could not believe it. Like, I'm walking through a zone and I'm like, oh man, this feels like the total end of the zone. And that was like 22 hours before I beat the game.
Fucking hell. Okay.
Like, it's so fucking stupid big. And there are so many fucking, like, best of bosses in that last stretch. There are some great goddamn bosses in that last stretch.
Nice. Okay.
In particular, an entire optional zone and optional legacy dungeon feels like a DLC. The requirements to unlock the part of the map are difficult and obscure, just like FromSoft's DLC always is. And then you get there, and the way that it is tuned, and the way that it looks, and the way that it relates to the rest of the game feels like post-game DLC content that you just happened to get in the base game.
Nice. Okay.
It is just so stupidly massive. And outside of a couple balance problems like I described, it stayed good right up until the end.
Okay.
And by right up until the end, I mean right up until the second phase of the final boss, which is kind of bad.
Okay.
It's not as bad as it could have been, but it's kind of bad.
Is there anything in the game that you would comfortably describe as the super boss?
Yes.
Okay.
Very comfortably.
Okay.
The game describes them as such.
Okay.
And when they give you more than when they give you like 180,000 runes more than the final boss, it's very clear what order you were supposed to do them in.
Okay.
So I did all the optional shit, including the super boss first, which left me in a situation where the rest of the game, by its comparison, was much easier.
Can you, to use an analogy, beat Gwyn, leave and do the rest, and then
Oh yeah,
pick your
no.
ending?
You get asked, "Hey man, you want Journey 2?"
Okay.
And then you go no, and then you can
Go
faff
clean
about
up.
to your
Yeah.
heart's content.
Okay. Okay.
Though there is a very serious point of no return in the game that I will let you know about when you are near it, because
How many hours before the end is
oh,
the point of no
hours?
return?
Maybe 6 to 8 hours,
Oh, okay.
depending on depending on how good you are on the boss fight.
Gonna say like 40. Like every
Basically, the world state changes in a way, and a couple areas become inaccessible.
Gotcha.
So you need to be aware that that will happen before you kill a boss, or else you could get locked out of shit.
Yeah, I mean, the cleanup quote unquote process here, I see as like probably more of just like any last funsies you want to get out before we restart, like, because the true cleanup is like that's insane. You can't possibly thoroughly comb,
except for that last session where I skipped a hero's grave in 3 of the catacombs dungeons, I did it. And part of that reason is that I had a group of about 1,000 people going, dude, there's a thing there. Dude, there's
Go
a
here,
thing there.
do that, do
Dude, there's
this.
a thing there.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And usually when I'd walk past something, they're like, actually, there was a drop you could have taken behind you.
Okay, so I'm definitely, yeah, the version of what word of the game that has an audience like doing that is super different from people that don't, and the people that don't, it's like good fucking luck with the scrape. Unless you just pull the guide out, really.
So,
which I assume is going to be most people.
My final time with my final stream time was just over 100 hours. And that included finding nearly every single item or cool thing of note, because people were helping me as a live human Wikipedia as I went. If I did not have that, I would instead have had the experience that I had very early, before anybody knew anything, which was like somebody told me about a specific blood stain I had to go look at in the bottom of Stormvale Castle. And I'm like, what? And then I had to go all the way back to the bottom of Stormvale Castle and look at a specific blood stain. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And then it started a side quest. Then I had to go on this, et cetera, right? That experience would have been happening daily, talking to people, and the actual hour count would have kicked up to like 140, 150, 160.
And that doesn't even account for the state differences where numerous people were like, when I went back to the scumbag at the front of the gates in Stormvale, I saw a bunch of people going, what the fuck? He never became a shop for me.
That's weird.
And like other things like that were like, what the fuck? This played out differently. That's not how it went in my one, so there's state differences as well.
Oh man, you want to hear a fun little secret about that character that you may have interpreted? Did you go through both paths, like left and right?
No, I went side path, came back down, dropped and met him, and like I heard his laugh after the tee hee 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 trap.
Yeah.
And then I was like, you fucker. And then he's like, you know, by all means, here, let me sell you things. And I was like, okay. And then he's like, and then I chose the option to like, hey, what if you pick gate anyway? And then we just tested it, and you approach, and then the gates open. But
you ever die in that area?
Yeah, but not running straight from the front. I've only gone around the side and started picking people off.
But you've died a couple times, right?
I think so. I think at least twice.
I assume you have died at some point in Stormvale Castle.
Yes. Yo, no, I've died multiple times in this castle, yeah.
Yeah, you ever notice that you don't get all your souls back?
No. Really?
Yep.
I didn't notice that.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Interesting.
30% of your runes don't go back to your body when you go pick them up.
Specifically in Stormvale.
Yep. Specifically if you use that side path after that guy tells you, and after he locks you into that room to kill you. And if you want to go get your runes back, you can.
Yeah.
Though I would suggest waiting until the end of Stormvale.
I'm the moment you turn into a shop, I am going to wait. That's yes. I basically said that out loud on stream. I'm like, look, as soon as I'm done buying what I gotta buy, we got business. You know.
So fun fact, all shopkeepers drop the bell item, which you can give to the Twin Maiden husks, and just get their shop there. So in what is the most unfortunate optimal way to play the game ever, the optimal way to deal with all merchants in the game is to kill them.
I see.
And take their fucking stock back to the round table.
That's a very interesting fix for the problem of sin, you know? But I don't want to miss out on unique dialogue. So,
yeah.
You know, I like, for example, the sorcery trainer that I'm talking to, who you may or may not have killed, is when I give her certain scrolls, she has little quips and things to say. And as you buy more, she says things that I've noticed. So I'm like, okay, I want to hear the lines. I want to hear what these people have to say.
Yeah, no, don't kill anybody important. I'm referring specifically, the optimal way is the nomad shop guys, because they never go anywhere with anything.
Well, I mean, look, you see some areas you walk in and the game says, hey, no swinging. And you're like, okay, big hat, no swing. But then other areas, they're like,
maybe swing.
Do what you want.
Yeah, it's a good idea to never stab anyone. That's just
I like the little violin music that one plays up by the bridge. It's very nice. That's what I saw. I worked my way through the swamps.
Which one? Which one?
Yeah, exactly, right? So I went to the swamp that is west of Limgrave, along that coast where you drop down in, and then you get greeted by a little lobster comes to say hi.
Yeah?
I'm like, hey, lobster, you're cute.
Hey, dude. Hey, at least you can't be as bad as the crab, right?
Lobster's like, power dunk!
Oh my god. And then you're like, I'll run away from the lobster. And then they snipe you off your horse like a fucking marksman.
Holy shit. Yeah. I got sniped, power dunked, rocked and unsocked by a lobster.
The unrepentant, cruel maliciousness of the average wildlife animal in a From Software game cannot be understated.
Like, they specifically built it to defy your expectations of what the wild creatures would be here. Because, you know, when I later on then saw, like, oh, here's a bunch of pyromancer badasses and a really cool one waiting behind them, I'm like, ooh, you're probably tough. And then I get off and I punch him around and I fucking knock him over and riposte, and I'm like, yeah, you're fine. But the lobsters, true fear in their ability to chase Torrent and not only like outpace, but catch up while winding up.
Oh, it's wild. It's fucking wild.
Yeah. So they got that going. Got Brolef, I believe, right? Got to experience.
Oh yeah.
Got to experience that. Man, that's a
good
big,
old bro leg.
That's a pocket Tarkus. You know.
Yep.
Pocket Tarkus is doing work.
There's a couple. There's Oleg. There's Ludial. There's one I won't mention because it's one of the game's best surprises.
And also, and like I like how, you know, at first in Limgrave you're walking around and you see little skirmishes between some knights and some monsters, and then you fucking you go a little further up, and then little skirmish between some magic ghosts and some knights. And then, oh shit, the giant, magic giant. And oh boy, we got a battle here. And now you're in the middle of some shit. Some of those events are quite fun to run into.
So I can't believe how consistently good the game stayed for its entire runtime. Like, you definitely start to see some of the same tricks, but they're still unique, like lots and lots and lots of unique stuff all the way to the dead ass end of the game. Like in the final section of the final map, I found like a whole little town that was like a type of puzzle I had never seen in the game before.
I found a town that's just chilling there and nothing's really going on, but I don't know what to do. I'm just enjoying it, I guess. I dropped down and I found Jarburg, and I'm like,
yeah, Jarburg's cool, man.
It's where Alexander comes from.
Live. Yeah.
Yeah. It's Alexander's people. And I'm like, hey, guys. And they're all chill. One of them is a little bit angry. And I can understand why. It seems like a dead parent was nearby. But, you know, I'm just picking flowers and chilling around in Jarburg. And I'm like, anything going on here, guys? And they're like, nah, just jarring.
So building on the idea that the game might have been a little bit cut corners is that good old Zuli the Witch and Illusory Wall and such have been able to be digging around in the game and have discovered some cool shit, like 16 NPCs named They Are Yet Unseen. But have also found in NPC quests charts that there are a bunch of quest lines that just didn't make it in. That have, like, in one case there is a key item in the game that you get from a quest line that doesn't do anything. Because the fucking shit just doesn't go anywhere. They didn't have time to finish it.
Okay.
So Jarburg particularly looks like there was gonna be shit there and it just kind of got cut.
I mean, I was expecting a shop, you know, like just a single thing.
Instead, you get a lot of ritual pots there, which are, you know, cool key items for your crafting.
Haven't done a ton of using of them, but has the rope stuff been any good for throwing backwards while riding? Like, have you done any of that? Seems so situational, you know.
I used the weapons that had innate statuses on them, and I used a lot of faith magic. So, like, the goal of a lot of the consumables was lost on me. Like, if you go faith, you get a spell that will cure poison and rot off you.
Yeah.
And, like, that's like 90% of my use of consumables nullified. One of the reasons that the game stays, like, so interesting all the way through is this is absolutely using all the parts of the Buffalo game design that I have. It is the most efficient reuse of content I have ever seen. The amount of enemies in this game, I think almost every single Dark Souls 3 enemy is in this game somewhere. They might have a different model, they might have a different effect, but they're in there. Like, all the gargoyles are those little thrall dudes from Dark Souls 3.
Okay.
If you fought an Erd Tree avatar, that's just Asylum Demon again, with a couple new moves, etc. And in addition to that reuse, every trick I have ever seen in a From Software game is in here somewhere. Every single fucking way to confuse where you are in a dungeon, way to fuck you off a platform, way to hide a drop, way to bullshit a secret has been in here. In addition to brand new ones, which are so absolutely asininingly obscure that they cannot possibly be meant to be discovered by anyone on their own as a normal thing, of course. In one particular case, I found out yesterday that a combination of clothing and specific gestures that unlock special doors can be used in areas in which there are not special doors to manifest invisible ladders.
Okay. Okay. That's how bad we're getting.
I fell off.
Okay. Impossible.
I fell
Impossible.
off a beam onto an invisible platform.
Yeah, okay. No, that's just impossible. No games, no there's no figuring out. It is someone trips into it and the internet will tell you that this happened. Try it yourself.
Like if you're not in the situation we're at, in which you have a scrolling text log of, dude, there's something there.
Oh,
you are meant to exclusively read it in a message on the thing, or talk to somebody in your Discord and be like, ha ha ha, man, that was so cool when this happened. And then they go, what? Did you manage to get this? And you go, no.
I mean, messages are just this weird thing that are like, they're supposed to kind of, or not supposed to, they are received as a bathroom wall with a Sharpie, 90% of the time. But like, things like that, like a dev message has to go down to say, oh yeah, this is a real path you can walk on, by the way. This is not a, to get you even think, but like, gesture plus costume to get a door open is like, there's no reason to ever, unless a sign shows you.
I saw somebody talking about this on social media, and I have to agree. From Software's design, I mean, this is a gut feeling, right? This is in my chest. It's not, I don't have proof of this, but the way that the game seems to have been designed is that there is a main path, right? Get this demigod, go through here, get this et cetera, right? That stuff seems to have been balanced like a video game, right? Anything that's on the side path, the farther off the path it goes, the more likely somebody said, we can make this as bullshit as we want because they don't have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one chariot dungeon, one lava dungeon, and a couple bosses in which I'm like sitting here going like, this is probably as hard as they can make it without it being impossible. Like sprinting away from chariots and weaving in between multiples only to jump on like narrow 1-foot beams and do platforming challenges level of nonsense. and being like, man, wow, this is a real out of the way spot. And because of that, you guys really felt that you could just do whatever the fuck you wanted in here.
And I think they also know that it's okay for them to create year 4 secrets that won't be discovered until year 4 of the game existing.
Hey, here's
they have no qualms about that.
Here's one for you, Wooly. How many endings do you think this game has?
I hope 3.
No. Try again.
Good, bad, neutral.
No. Not no, give me numbers.
5.
Nope.
Okay, but do you mean like goofy shit credit roll, or like
There are 6 unique endings.
okay,
And 5 of them require the completion of the respective character's quest.
okay, sure, sure.
One of which is the most absurd sequence of events I have ever seen a game lock its ending behind. Like, literally would never have been able to even guess at how to achieve it without people telling me.
Mm-hmm. You cannot improvise. Like, well, you just talked about wearing clothing and doing gestures, like, to make things happen. We were entering to a realm of there is no such thing as too obtuse. And if Sekiro is any indicator, they don't feel bad about this path.
They don't.
They love it and are really willing to triple down on it.
Yeah, actually, come to think of it, so of the there's, you know, because you have your ending, which is like a slideshow with a different color on it, right, and a slightly different slightly different voiceover. Then you have your legitimate different ones, and those ones require work, and all 3 of them require the most work I have ever seen in a game to get a different ending. In 2 of their cases, you need to play the game for an extra 15 to 30 hours.
Whoa.
To get them.
Okay.
Because they are locked behind like 5 extra bosses, and in some cases an entirely new zone.
And it's sounding like they're mutually exclusive.
Nope. You can do it all. I did it all.
All right.
And then you get to the end, and you literally just pick.
Okay.
If you fulfill the criteria for all but one, you get to the end and you just pick.
Okay.
A, B, C, D, E. And there's one that will lock you in early, and characters will be looking you dead in the face, the player, and going, "You will be locked into this if you go here. Don't do it."
Well, look, I mean, there's only so much of this I can hear before my brain just glosses over and just goes, right, this is the forever game. It's just forever.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you'll hit the moments that you hit, and then the impact will set in when I see it for myself. But as of now, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's a forever game. There's nothing else I can really say.
The game has a complex, major dungeon that took me multiple hours that is hidden behind one door in the most complicated area of the game, that you just have to just walk in and go like, oh, well, oh, we're doing this now. Oh, it keeps going. Oh, it keeps going. Oh, it keeps going. Oh, it's still going more. Oh, there's another one underneath it.
Is there any incantation that does the same thing as the miracle that lets you see more messages?
There is a incantation, a faith incantation in the game that requires 37 faith to cast and will show you more messages, and 37 int as well.
Oh, whoa. Okay. Hex build.
And there is also an item you can make that will do that as well. And the item is comparatively very cheap.
But it's consumable.
Yeah, but I mean, you make it out of one, I think, ruined shard.
Okay.
Like it's cheap. Like, you
Okay.
can make a ton of.
Because that's another feeling is like while I've never really, felt the need to ever use any of those, when I'm getting this type of shit coming at me, I feel like seeing more messages will help that overworld.
It's this. They finally nailed it of a game that must be communal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Must be communal. Because even streaming it with a chat, I would talk to people and get the equivalent of like, oh, you didn't fight Dark Fucker of the Round Table? He drops the Buster Sword. Really? What? Where the fuck were that? And then they would tell you an area you've never heard of?
Yeah, yeah. Huh. Okay. There was an area I found as well that
good game. Good game. Thumbs up. Double 2 thumbs up. Good. Good game.
Good. Glad to hear it's good. Did you? I know this is again multiplayer shit, so not likely. But it seems to be like a multiplayer arena location.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with those.
Did you?
There's a couple of them.
No.
There's a couple of them, and they don't seem to fucking do anything.
Stay closed.
And the suspicion is that those are the DLC portals.
I would imagine, right? Because there's
there's 3 of them.
Okay, and nothing's happening in them.
No, they all have the exact same architecture, and you can't go in. And it's suspicious.
Because that definitely feels like a dedicated PvP thing would be, set up over there or so. Which
PvP in this game is in the most fucking toxic state it's ever been in.
I can only imagine.
Games.
I can only fucking imagine.
There is what I can only describe as the most busted exploit to ever exist legitimately in a From Software game without any question. It is a weapon in which you equip you use a weapon art on it that enables death blight damage on the weapon. So when you hit people, it builds up like the petrification meter.
Mm-hmm.
And then you use a spell called Flame Within, I want to say, where you light yourself on fire and your hitbox does damage. And you roll at them because status effects being put out by damaging effects proc on characters, even if the damage doesn't go through. So you roll at them, and even if they roll away from you and their iframes don't mean that they don't get hit a single time by any damage, the status still goes up, and they just explode. Instant death within 3 seconds. And there is absolutely no way to counter it.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say I'm playing the game without multiplayer, but I would enjoy trying out some of those dedicated dueling stations if they became a thing. That would be my
maybe hold off a bit on that.
Yeah.
There's also a spear that does the madness effect, and the madness debuff goes through even if they don't hit you, or if they hit you during the iframes. That's a bug.
You can take like boluses though, right? To like resist up against that shit and stuff. There's anti-madness boluses and stuff.
There is, but like I'm talking like you're gonna pop in like 3 swings. You're gonna explode.
Okay. Well, ultimately, what I would like is to continue playing the game I am, which is like invasions and such optional, but then like have a room where kind of like the covenants in the previous games where it's like you want to just do a PvP covenant, you fight in this arena, you have some duels.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to actually be in the game.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Because that would be my preferred way, is like exactly as much PvP as I'd like, and knowing that I have a non-PvP optimized character as well, just going in and seeing, like, how can I do with this, right?
I've actually had a ton of fun invading people in this game. When you invade, you are going to 100% certainty invade either somebody who wants a duel or somebody who already has other people in their game to help them.
Mm-hmm.
So when you invade, it is 99% of the time a 2-on-1 in their favor. And that makes it really difficult. But when you win, it's so sweet, dude. when you just blow up the fucking defender in like a second, and then you start chasing after the host, and then they freak out and fall off a cliff. Yes, it's the best.
And what's the invasion reward?
Rune arcs.
Okay.
So you don't know what that is because the game hasn't told you. I'm sure you've picked up a couple.
Aren't they embers?
They are embers, yeah.
Yeah.
And they give you the buff associated with whatever great rune you have equipped. So like Godric's is probably the best one because it gives you +5 to every stat.
I see. Okay.
So you pop a rune arc and you see your health and your endurance and your FP and your attack power just explode.
Okay, so yeah, I haven't seen any of that yet, but I did pick one. I picked up a rune arc, and I saw it as described as like, yeah, it's an ember. So I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing as always. You invade people, you get your embers, you get your humanity, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. Sick. Very cool. Yeah. Well,
good game.
I'll be continuing, and tomorrow we'll do the lowdown. I'll get everybody up to speed on what I've been doing, and I think you'll just see sessions where we pop back in and another corner of the map has been pseudo scraped, and then we can just hit the caves, hit whatever dungeons, it's been fun doing that. I do enjoy this kind of unrestricted feeling, and the ability to just constantly just hit the save button and show off like, oh, here's some item. Jeez, hiccups. Bah, stop it. Anyway, like, even going back through a bunch of grunts, and it's like, oh, this one dropped this rare item this time. Oh, cool. Like I got in Limgrave, the guys with the big curved great swords. I got one of them to drop theirs, and it was like, hey, nice. That's actually
the dismounter.
The dismounter, yeah. And I was like, oh yeah,
it's a good one.
I would like to actually play around with that, So it's nice to get some of these drops. That's continuing for me. Tuesdays and Thursdays on the stream, and then every day, of course, on the YouTube channel. We will be popping up most episodes 1.5 to 2 hours long at this point. So good pace, good coverage.
Before we get out of here, there's something else I need to talk about with my week. If that's quite all right.
Yeah.
I saw Turning Red yesterday.
I was going to watch Turning Red. Yeah, looked like it was pretty good. I mean, it's a real Pixar. It's here.
So Turning Red is fucking great.
Yeah.
It's absolutely great. And me and Paige watched it last night and had a really fascinating experience. Because Turning Red is the new Disney Pixar movie where the girl turned into a red panda when she gets stressed out. And very interesting experience because it takes place in adjacent to Toronto's Chinatown in 2002.
Mm-hmm.
A time period in which the characters in middle school, at the time I would have been in high school, but Quebec high schools are 7 to 11. So these are people who would have been in my high school during the time that I was there.
Yeah, about 2 to 3 years later, we'd be driving down to Love Getty Arcade to play Street Fighter 4.
Yeah, exactly. And it is aggressively Canadian and aggressively Torontonian. And like, if my timing is right, I think Scott Pilgrim is literally occurring simultaneous to it a couple streets over.
Beautiful. Honest Ed's and the Beguiling all set up. Hell yeah.
Like it's really like half a block over from Scott Pilgrim.
Nice.
The Canadian representation on it is so overt and intense that there are scenes that only I fully understood, and I had to pause and explain to Paige. The number one of which is during a scene in which kids are going, I'll give you my money, I'll give you my money. The money is blurred in focus, but the bills are bright blue with no numbers visible. And so Paige couldn't tell how much money was on the screen. But I'm like, no,
Yeah.
they're all holding 2 5s. That's their
fives.
lunch money.
Yeah.
Right?
Blue's a 5. Green's
Down
a 20.
to like the streets having those awful automatic parking machines in the background.
Okay.
Like just like intense. And it is about this is a very minor spoiler for the first 20 minutes of the movie, of a movie called Turning Red. The movie is a partial metaphor for your period.
Oh. Okay.
Because it's about a 13-year-old girl growing up and turning red.
Oh. Okay.
And going through bodily changes that make her embarrassed and get angry for no reason and upset for etc.
I was wondering. I was like, I'm sure there's. When I saw that title, I'm sure there's a double entendre of some way in this title, but I don't know what it is yet. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's about getting your period, which I was looking at the trailer and it zapped in my brain. I'm like, I kind of feel like I want to watch this because I don't think I've ever even heard of a story tackling this at all, let alone a Disney story.
Mm-hmm.
Let alone a Disney story in which maxi pads are in frame on camera being talked about. Like legitimately dumbfounded. It feels like I'm watching I Love Lucy and she looks over at Desi and being like, you want to go fuck Desi? Like,
yeah. No, all I'm thinking of is that back then is the commercials with the, hey, look, it's got the blue wingtips and we're going to pour the fluid on it and look how absorbent of the blue fluid. And it's like, 100%. Is that, ladies, is that what happens? You got blue fluid? It absorbs?
Yeah. Well, it's nice and safe for TV. But yeah, no, it is like, as somebody who did not have menstruation growing through that period, or does not now, I did go through puberty, and it was fucking rough, and it sucked shit. And this is the most dead-on accurate portrayal of just how fucking awful and cringe it is to be a young person, like going through your bullshit.
Mm-hmm,
and I specifically mean the term cringe. There is a very significant part of the movie's opening runtime dedicated to just how fucking cringe it is to be like 12 to 15. How everything you do is the most embarrassing thing in the world, all the way down to a fucking extended weirdo fan fiction sequence.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Which has had a great reaction online. I've seen people going like, I can't believe this movie. Girls aren't like, no, shut up. Every girl I knew in my whole life wrote stupid weirdo shit in high school. Every single fucking one.
100%. Not even a 9 on 10. Not even literally. I'm saying this. I'm saying literally 100%. Every single one of them. I will not hear otherwise. I'm sorry. It's been confirmed.
What if Legolas was a fish man
100%
in the ocean? Like 100%.
Absolutely. Okay, that's the realest it's ever been.
It's like that is the era of the deepest cringe. Girls are writing stories. Boys are pretending to act out cringe stories that they found. Girls are writing Kingdom Hearts parking lot. Boys are in Kingdom Hearts
They're
parking
filming
lot.
it. Yeah.
It is the idea that you are not the most fucking embarrassing thing to ever exist at that age is so absurd.
Like, even I remember talking to some friends and like having it was me and some of my super nerdy friends, and we're all conversing, and Punch Mom was meeting them, and Punch Mom, in her again extraordinarily normie self, even then it was like, okay, the topic of like fan fiction and slash stuff comes up, and I'm like, yeah, okay, what was it? Just, it's like,
I mean, it could have been like kind of normal, or it could have been like the weird shit.
Like, no, stop making noises. What was it? It was like, Harry Potter.
Yeah.
I'm like, everybody.
Of course.
Everybody. Everybody. Can't escape. Yeah.
No, you can chart it by year.
Yeah. But it's funny because there's a lot of things that like outside of the titular turning red in this particular case, period situation, like there's so many that you go down the list, because if you're not dealing with that, you might be dealing with like severe horrible white kid acne.
Yeah. Or
right?
In this particular case, your secondary theme is overbearing parents.
Well, there's that.
Like specifically, this would be first generation immigrant overbearing parents with the expectations. Something that I personally know nothing about, but have seen over and over and over from my friends that had those parents in high school and university.
And and just so that everyone knows, it's like besides your crazy explosive pizza face white kid acne, black kids, you've got your massive ashy ass face bumps that come in, and there's nothing you can do about them. And for those that get them, you just pray. It's just like, sorry, man. Like it sucks that it happened to you. We have some friends that got it worse than others, but the fucking you get that terrible hair growing back in the wrong places, and it's coming under the bump, and it's not quite acne. It's the hair thing, and it's ashing out. And you kind of just look like you need to moisturize your face every hour of the day. It's horrifying.
You know what my favorite version of this is? And I was talking, Paige didn't know about this. I was talking to her about it a couple weeks ago, unrelated. The lie about hair that men are told and women are not told, because the purpose of the lie is different. I was told early, and I'm sure maybe you were also, that if you shave your face, you shave your hair, it'll grow back thicker and darker.
Oh yeah.
And the reason why you're told that is so that you shave that pathetic bullshit you're trying to get going off your face. That fucking bullshit you have on your face at 14, because you're like, I'm a man, I can grow it. And your dad is like, you look like a fucking asshole. God damn it. It's going to take years to come in. Because as you get older, you're like, I was only able to get this when I was like 18. Right?
Yeah.
But I started to grow a version of it when I was like 12. And the version that I grew was the fucking most scum shit child mustache you ever saw.
It does not grow back faster. It grows back more coarse. That's what happens. The texture changes. Yeah. And I noticed that as someone who, for a while, I wanted to focus on specifically the chin strap. And it never got any longer. It never got any lower. So then I'm like, all right, I'm shaving everything but the chin strap. And when they all grow back together, you think it would have been like going the opposite direction with giant mutton chops, but it hasn't. This is the length of my hair. It refuses to go any further. And everything else was a lie. But the texture feeling is what you can differentiate between the two,
So yeah, also for Turning Red, it's funny. It's incredibly well animated. It's a really beautiful movie. Like the colors are. We were looking at stuff on Twitter earlier. It's like, oh, it's the Sailor Moon palette. It's lots of pastels, greens and blues and pinks. It looks really nice.
I believe the same director as Bao, right?
I don't know, but what I can say is that it's been a while since I saw a film that was so overtly about whoever wrote it. There is a sequence in which a character gets embarrassed by their mom. That might be the most dead on, this is a real story that obviously actually happened I have ever seen in a story. And I'm like near retching with secondhand embarrassment, and it's like, fuck.
Do you remember? I was gonna say, Bao was the short film about the grandma who made the little bun kid, and it was one of the shorts
right.
that played.
I completely forgot about that.
I forgot what it played before. It played before some movie. But yeah, so it was that same
I
Incredibles 2.
I don't know the name.
Okay, before Incredibles 2, there was that, and that kind of established like, yeah, they know how to tackle the subject matter here. It feels like they're on point, because that was a really great short.
Yeah. The joke about people calling it My Neighbor Toronto is pretty dead on.
Nice.
Okay. And also this is gonna sound a little odd for me to point out, but it really felt with the whole, like, I was explaining this to Paige, because when I go to the US, I feel like I am in a fake location. Every time I've ever been in the US, I feel very strongly dissociated, because TV stories are not real.
Mm-hmm.
And in TV stories, they use American money, and they work in cities that look like America. Mm-hmm. So when I go to America, I feel like I'm on a TV set. It feels totally unreal. Mm-hmm. This is one of the first things I've seen in a long time. Scott Pilgrim was one of the other ones, in which is, wow, I've been to here. This is a real place. This feels like a version of the school that I went to. Like, it's Lester B. Pearson Middle School, for fuck's sake. Like,
yeah.
You know how many fucking Lester B. Pearson fucking schools there are?
I hear that. So I hear that about shows, specifically stuff in New York that takes place and is filmed in New York, where it's and they go to iconic places and locations. I hear that as a little bonus thing of people who are from there are like, yeah, it's cool to see the places, and they recognize those corners and those streets, and it's a level of it that we just don't see or appreciate or care about, you know. But like Sex and the City, for example, is like aggressively using recognizable New York locations, which if you happen to live there, it'll make an extra impact on you. You know, but like, I'm just used to like things existing in a world I don't know, you know?
So there's a second part to this, which, like, I'm sure the hyper cynical is going to criticize the movie for being woke and diversity, whatever. But it takes place adjacent to Chinatown, Toronto. So most of the main casts are going to be Chinese Canadians who live in Chinatown.
Yo, is P-Mall there?
I don't think P-Mall is there.
Damn. Okay.
Your side cast, however, includes, like, I don't know how to describe the emotion here. An actual good cross-section of what it looks like to live in Toronto, in which it's the first time in anything animated I've seen an observant Sikh ever.
Okay.
Or a Muslim lady wearing a hijab ever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or a obviously Jewish girl who is not wearing something on her person that will denote to the viewer that she's a Jewish girl.
Right. Okay. And if someone is not aware, they might think that sounds like a Benetton ad. But if you've gone to school here, you'll look at any given classroom and realize that's what these classrooms look like.
Has a lot of Chinese folks. It has a lot of observant Sikhs. It has a lot of Jewish folk, like, etc. And the weird thing is that it was weird to see this, because I realized it was the first time in a while I'm watching a movie that takes place in these locations in which the people I'm looking at were not weird. Where, like, I'll watch something and you'll watch, like, the cast of Law and Order, and Law and Order takes place in fucking New York. But despite that, like, 98% of the cast of Law and Order is a bunch of white guys.
Yeah.
And then there's like then you have the detective that's black for this season, and maybe there's the detective that's Hispanic for this season, etc.
Also, isn't every criminal on Law and Order also white?
No.
No? Okay. I don't watch it, but I've heard over the years that there's been a thing about that too.
There's a lot.
Okay. All right.
And it's like, oh, this looks like Toronto. Like, this just actually looks like Toronto, like, visibly. And it ends up being weird because it actually looks normal. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, no, it's what we went to school with. what we
like it's this super silly thing to be like the security guard of the school is a Sikh guy, right?
Mhm.
And it's like, yeah, of course. I used to live in a neighborhood that was like next to a Sikh temple, and those guys are around with the I don't know what it's called. I feel bad now, but their hair is up in the
Mhm.
in the hat, and like, yeah, those guys they're cool and they're all over. Why haven't I ever seen one animated in my life? That's weird. Oh,
Mhm.
it's because it would only count if it was in Toronto or Montreal or a couple other places.
Yeah. I think
Why couldn't
also
I remember the word turban? That's so weird. Maybe it was Trudeau in disguise. No, the prime
maybe
minister is not on
mm.
camera.
I don't, I'm not sure if like because there's some
That would
that
really fuck it up.
because there's some that are like the like more certain turban shaped like that is kind of like more like
Mm-hmm.
jagmeet, and then there's the ones that are more like a wrap that is
Mm-hmm.
differently shaped, but I'm not sure if they have different names or not. I'm specific. I'm thinking back to the kid that was in my school that we grew up with that was that had like a kind of a different shape to that too. And I remember just also like being like, yo, wait, so like there's like a hidden blade on you at all times. It's like, yeah, no, it's a thing. It's like, oh shit.
Oh, dude, I remember that
That's
court
crazy.
case. There was a fucking court case about that in this stupid fucking province,
Mm.
where the kid had the little dagger, like a fucking, what is it, like 3-inch little tiny knife around his neck as a religious thing, and they wanted to take it away from him, and the court's decision is like they were like, oh, it's a knife in a school, and they're like, well, no one's literally ever been stabbed with these in the history of the nation.
It's been a
So
thing for a while now.
how about we chill on that until something actually literally happens once ever? And that was 10 years ago, and there's still nothing, because of course there isn't.
Yeah, yeah. No, there's a weird. Anyway, there's a whole weirdness to the aggressiveness of like, because I mean, French and French history is just like fuck you, church, and I'm like fuck you, church as well, but also chill. there's such a thing as going too far. But yeah, what you're describing, that's interesting because I want to see that, and I specifically want to see the Canadian flavor version of it because it is a unique version of what we grew up with up here.
It's also kind of cute because like the neighborhood that they're in, there's like vintage shop or old buddy's coffee, and I'm like, man, this is 2002 as hell, because that shit's all gone.
Oh, that's dead. That's long
all
been Starbucks.
That shit is dead. I'm like, oh, this is the Toronto I visited when I was a young man or in my teens, that I was like, cool, Toronto. And then fucking
Yeah, no, once you leave the core and the little areas where you got the trolley cars and shit, then you've got basically highway life. Hope you're down for your existence being wrapped around highways. But cool, yeah, I'm gonna go check that out.
Turning Red's great. You should check it out.
I basically was like, we were deciding between like that and possibly seeing Batman because I hear Batman's good.
That was the discussion last night. Paige was like, do you want to watch Batman or you want to watch Turning Red? And I'm like, let's see which one wants me to go expose myself to COVID.
And
Turns out it was Batman.
It was Batman.
So we watched Turning Red instead.
Yeah. Although it does seem it'll be at home after a month or 45 days or something like that. But anyway, people are saying good things about it. There's old shit I wanted to catch up on too as well that I never got around to, like actually watching the new Suicide Squad, for example, which I wanted to check out. But no, what I did watch instead was the Tinder Swindler.
Oh yeah?
Did you hear about that?
I heard it. I heard about the guy.
Yeah.
And/or the trend.
Okay.
And then I heard about the film, and then I heard about the actual moron going to social media and going, "That's about me."
Did you see it?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. If you want to participate in just the current, just goofy ass Netflix tale of like time to watch a character, right? That's one of these cultural moments, right? Joe Exotic's gone. Who's the next character? It is
what
the
fucking freak will let us record 18 hours of footage of them?
Well, not the freak, but the victims of the freak.
The victims of said freak.
Exactly, and you basically just get to see a professional con and how they set up this whole thing that, you know, more or less uses Tindler to rope in people and then create a perfect romance movie situation where high intensity feelings very, very quickly, escalations of, you know, of affection and all that, and then massive catastrophic disasters, and oh my god, lives are on the line. There's blood, there's cars at nighttime, there are secrets, there are enemies. We have to get out, we have to get through this together, but first you have to send me your credit card.
I gotta say, I really gotta say, when I heard about the Tinder swindler, I was totally baffled, as the honeypot has been a con for literally the entire history of society upon the invention of money.
Correct.
A guy or a gal who knows they got the looks and they got the charm makes up a bunch of shit.
Yep.
But the money or the cows or the house or the labor or the whatever the fuck is valuable in the situation.
Yep. Now, the only thing that makes this tale noteworthy and I guess worth filming is, well, besides the fact that the story is not over, is the level of dedication and insane quadruple life living one has to do to mentally juggle the efforts to scam some people. And like, you kind of just stare at it as like a case of like, you're like, even for someone who is, let's say you're like, you know, you're clearly a sociopath. You don't have anyone's emotions registering anything in your brain. You just see what you need to do here to get what you want out of the situation. All right. Even for that person who has become very good at doing this thing, it's so much work. Like, it's the lies take so much effort, like an exhausting amount, you know, like, never mind the fucking ethical shit.
It's a living, man.
Yeah.
It's a living.
And you're like, the lengths that you go to have like just like a brief period of high times followed by horrible darkness and then more high times, and it's just exhausting. And it's like, yeah, watch it to see just this wild case of a professional identity theft hustler working through a group of girls that were, to be perfectly honest, also looking to find a prince to marry, you know? And we're basically looking at the profile of someone who was more or less promising to be a multimillionaire that'll take them on cruises around the world and get them sugared up. And they were looking for that. But in the quest to get sugared up, they got de-sugared.
Salty.
They got salty. Yes.
It's let it be known, a successful con person, never let me say that con people don't work hard. They work hard. They put in a real day's work.
They put in the work.
It's fucking evil and dastardly.
Oh, yeah.
But you got to work real hard to scam some people.
And the thing that you kind of just have to wonder, that's like throughout as you're watching this, that it's in the back of your mind at the whole time, is like, as everything escalates and when you see things go his way and sometimes they don't go his way, and when they don't go this person's way, and you're like, okay, you've put in a lot of work and a lot of time and you've clearly dedicated your entire life to this con, right? When things don't go your way and you are in fact the sociopath that we know you have to be, like, what happens when the mouse gets cornered? Like, Are we able to watch this Netflix story because we know for a fact that, okay, he's not going to start stabbing anybody? You know? Like, because, like, the swindling being the crime is the kind of brain that, like, can also go other places when pushed to darkness, you know? But you don't know until it gets there.
To answer your question, somebody with, like, full-blown sociopathy or psychopathy, depending what the DSM-6 calls it now, or is it DSM-5, or full-blown, intense-ass, lifestyle-sized, narcissistic personality disorder, the answer to your question as to whether or not they are capable of throwing around the stabbing, if they're willing to do all this stuff, the real question is, would stabbing make the situation easier or harder?
Yeah. Is there an easy way out of this?
Most people who are high-functioning narcissistics or sociopaths who are running scams and rackets and whatnot are going to realize that adding a potential murder conviction to themselves down the road is probably not within their best interest. It's probably easier to just disappear.
Possibly. But you never know, is what I'm saying. Like, you never know where the rest of the chips that don't, the pieces that don't click in, you know, with the person. You're like, yeah, but while that might be the case, what if this person happens to also have just that flavor of lack of empathy plus the narcissism, where
sure, but like
their identity, where the consequence is not being thought of because the offense to their ego is so shattered at that point that something must be done, you know?
But what I'm saying is, like, let's say we're talking, and I'm like, man, I wish Willie would just shut up, right? Now, if you have no moral compass or empathy for another human being at all, you have a lot of options on the table of the problem of, I would like Wooly to stop talking. There runs the gamut of me screaming at the top of my lungs, shut your fucking mouth. There's me stabbing you in the face. There's me walking away. There's me peacefully, oh man, hey, could you please be quiet? I got a headache, and making up a lie about a head, right? There's all sorts of things. For somebody who does have the intelligence to run successful scams, I would usually make the assumption that cutting or shooting is not on the first tier of responses. Not because they're evil. The evil unlocks the choices.
It does.
But would this even be the best? Now, if you're dealing with pride, okay, maybe that's something else, and then we could.
Yeah,
we're talking more about narcissistic personality disorder, where they can get real
the likelihood, it's definitely understandable that, like, the likelihood remains low as long as the person who's executing this type of behavior is able to assess that this will make their life worse. This will come back and make things more difficult. Therefore, it's not a preferable solution.
Right.
That is what's happening in most cases. It's just that when you see, like, the other lengths and things about the person, in this case, you go, I don't know for sure that he's the kind of person that'll make that call, you know?
I mean, Wooly, you never know anybody for sure.
So that question is...
Somebody who is otherwise chill could fucking step on a Lego and be like, god damn it, and just in a fit of rage punch a random child on the street.
Precisely.
You never know.
And so there are moments in this where it feels like, okay, if this person is that the kind that is, like, going to say, fuck the obvious fact that I'm about to make my life harder, I just need to, like, do this right now because my foresight is currently garbage. There are situations where that test comes into play where you go, like, oh shit, how's this gonna go? So yeah, anyway, it was
what we're talking about, by the way, is the distinction that is usually made between successful people with these disorders or unsuccessful people with these disorders, right? It's the dividing line. So if you have no human empathy at all and you can just look at situations amorally, you'd be a great businessman.
Oh yeah, you can Yoshikage your Kira your way to the top.
And you would know all sorts of things, and you would have no problem doing all sorts of dirt ass shit to get the way to the top, and you would probably make a bunch of money. However, if you also don't have these moral compulsions and can't consider the future consequences of your actions, you get somebody like, oh, I don't know, my brother, who will just steal someone's dog because they can't pay them $20 this week, and then tell a story at breakfast like he's baffled that the guy broke into his house and took his dog back.
Right.
And never has any money, and no one ever helps him or trusts him.
The
He's
brain
a scumbag because he just can't see the future consequences of these actions. See,
Right.
a smart sociopath would go, you know, just telling that this guy, too bad, until you pay me, I'm keeping your dog, might result in this kind of thing, because that would be a smart thing.
Yeah, but you have to learn. You have to learn the enemy skill that teaches you how to put the flesh of a person on and pretend to be them. You know.
Yeah.
But if you never quite get those, then you are just stuck with whatever you learn in the backyard, and that's your problem solving toolkit.
No, you only learn to put the flesh of the person on when you're talking to girls.
I suppose, but at some point to CEO up.
That's where the focus goes for some people.
Yeah. When you CEO up, you know, and you just become that person though, or you're like, I'm just gonna pretend to be a human being, like that's how this works, and you're gonna be ruthlessly good at it as
like you know who seems like an all right person just from a distance, who seems like an okay guy, I guess. Phil Spencer, for an example, right? He seems fine. He seems like a nice enough guy, I guess, but he still is putting off this aura of like, I put on this shirt that has an indie game on it so that I can show people that I like indie games. And the way he talks sometimes is like, hey, fellow humans, would you like an Xbox?
Yeah. Well, you see, the thing is you'd need to hear these people on something like podcast length discussion.
Yeah.
To find out if they pass the replicant test.
You know who whose podcast I want to listen to real bad? I want to hear the Zuckercast.
Yeah. He just did
fucking space alien.
He just did one with Lex Friedman. You can go listen to him. He literally did a podcast. I didn't listen to it, but I know that it opens with him being handed a piece of paper. It was saying, "Can you please highlight all the cones to prove you're not a robot on it," which he then does. But yeah,
he probably cheated.
You can go listen to that to find out, because I'm super curious.
I would love to hear like him explain in his own words why the Hawaiians are assholes for not letting him buy up like half of that island, and why really he deserves it. No, for real though.
And what the fuck is going on with that surfing picture?
That's just white people, man. The sun's not kind to us, dude.
The answer is satisfactory, but I know we can go deeper. Anyways,
he didn't take it. He didn't make any effort to blend it like you're supposed to. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't have time for that.
Well, in any case, yeah. A couple other things though of this week. So Elden Ring is continuing. FF6 is continuing over on Wooly Versus. The Kirby video dropped. And I have to say that I continue to be all fucked up about the term dump stat, which I'm going to forever blame you for teaching me wrong. Because when you introduced me to the word dump stat, it was the concept of dumping all your points into that stat, to which everyone has since now often corrected me to say, no, it is the stat that you ignore the most, coming from tabletop and D&D. But it's tied itself in because of that first Dark Souls.
Yeah, no, I independently invented that term for my own purposes, only to immediately find out it was an existing term that meant the opposite of what I was using to say it.
And you've ruined me now saying that, thinking that it was a thing. Yes.
Just change your mind.
So this is the problem. This is the problem with learning this way. Trained wrong is a joke. Well, in any case, Poyo is a dumb stat was the name of the episode, but whatever.
Oh, that's good.
You can go check that out. Other things, I played Mad Streets this week, and that shit is
Fuck is that?
Hilariously okay. So
Look
take
that up.
okay.
Mad Streets.
So take like a rival school style college fighter setting, right? Bunch of students, and they're student fighters. But then instead of making a full on fighting game set up, make it like kind of Def Jammy in how it's gonna play. But then just go full Gang Beasts juice all over it.
Oh, I'm seeing it.
Right? So you take Def Jam game style movement and gameplay, you make them fighting students, but it's all Gang Beasts underneath it. And you have high school students in this, or like college students in this battle high school, and nobody knows how to fight. They all suck. They're garbage.
This looks like a fucking mess. Holy shit.
They're doing stupid quap style balancing dodges and slaps and grabs and punches, and it's just like, yeah, it's developed Gang Beasts. It's super goofy and it's a lot of fun. That is gonna be coming soon. A whole lot of just like flailing drop kicks that send you flying 50 feet in the air.
Yeah, they look like fucking assholes.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then you burst through a fence, and then you pick up a bowling ball and throw it, and everyone just crumples onto each other. Because again, it's what if you're, Streets of Rage or like beat 'em up style characters, your Kung Fu High, your Battle High, your rival schools, all of that, but nobody actually knows how to fight. No one knows shit. We just slap and fucking and pose. So that thing's about to come out on Steam soon, and yeah, we took a quick look at it, and it was just goofy physics-based fun, and it had some fun modes in it. It's got like a horde mode where you can co-op versus CPUs, and you can do duels, obviously, and it's like in Gang Beasts fashion as well, like fighting game, but you can but like it's primarily going for like a 4-player kind of party mode vibe to it. So. Yeah, go check that out once it drops. I think in a couple weeks, maybe 1 or 2.
Good name too.
Mad Streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then played a bit more KOF 15, and that was pretty much it. So, in any case, if you would like to tune in to Wooly Versus, coming up this week, we're going to continue on with the Elden Ring FF6 sandwich. And I got to Zozo.
Yeah.
And boy, I wasn't ready. I didn't know what to expect. That was some shit. Fucking Zozo, man. Good times though. Good times. Tune in for that. And then yeah, we're also gonna have get into fighting games. I'm probably gonna go check out what's happening with so Guilty Gear Strive just had a new mod released, and it's just Sin.
The Sin, yeah. Sin Kiss
it's
Day.
just fully functioning Sin. Like, unbelievable.
Does he do that weird thing where it has to replace a character to put him in, or is it just slapped right on?
Slapped on. Brand new
That's
slot.
great.
And works online for now with other people who have it.
What?
Incredible.
That's nuts.
Unbelievable levels. Like, and the modder, she's also got a setup where new characters can be added that don't have to replace existing ones.
That's nuts.
No, it is impeccable. Shout outs to Rin, aka Wistful Hopes. She's just released Sin, and it's like, yeah, this is unofficial DLC. So not just Marvel 3 modding scene popping off, but like Strive as well with brand new characters that sit next to all the existing
games
ones.
Anymore? We got our own fighting games.
Well, we need the bare bones, and then give us the ingredients, and we'll take it from here. So yeah,
all
I'm
right.
No, I was just gonna take a look at that, and might pop in some classic Capcom. Just to go back in the day, so look forward to that. And I also just wanted to quickly announce I'm going to get more details soon, but On Sunday, the 27th, I'm going to be doing a charity stream with Reggie for a foundation called Gamers for Giving. Basically, their whole thing is they create portable setups to bring to children's hospitals, and they let the kids play with the setups at the hospitals, and that shit's awesome because
Are you gonna go with them and play some sets with those kids and teach them to stay in the hospital?
teach them their fundamentals.
If you leave this place, there are killers out there.
There are killers out there.
So you
like
better
me.
get strong in here.
Become the hospital king before you leave. Yeah. Create a little FGC down there. That'd be fun. Well, no, that's basically the deal. Is they make setups and they bring them around to the kids that need to get access to games. So we're gonna be doing that on Sunday the 27th. More details to follow.
All right. And if you want to check out my bullshit, you go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt this week. I'm doing Stranger of Paradise and Triangle Strategy. I'm glad I finished Elden Ring just to start playing another Souls-like immediately afterwards.
I've got a lot of questions, but save them for after the break.
All right. See you guys in a second.
let's come back and do some sponsors.
Yeah.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Bombas, who you might know for being the pioneers of non-shitty socks.
You know, you think it would take... This would have been invented earlier, but I guess they're just... Nobody had this idea before Bombas to maybe not put garbage on your fucking feet.
So there's like a timeline of history and all of its inventions, and then it's like at some point, who cares? The sock was invented, and then you just keep going all the way down, and then it gets to like the modern era, and then it says socks stopped being shitty, Bombas, and you're like, yeah, that's where it actually matters. Fuck the rest.
Yeah. Socks went from being like mandatory because of foot damage to like, oh, pleasant.
You might actually
like,
enjoy
oh,
it.
Nice.
You know, look at the absolute horrible mangled appendage you call a foot, and you're like, I should hide that and put something soft, seamless, tagless, and cozy on it. And Bombas,
I can't recommend anything more strongly than hiding your feet from view.
Really important. Really important. So Bombas is here. They've got super soft materials, merino wool, Prima cotton, Pima, even cashmere if you feel like taking your feet out for a nice little sensual date. You can date your own feet, really, if you have dinner and a show and then you treat them to some cashmere socks. I mean, damn. You got to spend a little sometimes, Your feet do a lot of work, so it's time to treat them nice.
Yeah.
Also, they also have, t-shirts and other thoughtful design things, and they got fabrics that are really nice for that too. They got underwear as well, if you're looking for skin support and all types of good, cozy feelings on your body. But the socks is where it's at. You don't have any of those garbage seams that just pop and break and make a toe stick out, and now I
hate that, dude.
Like, you are now instantly in hobo mode when one toe is sticking out of your sock.
Oh yeah, though that's like barefoot. You could pretend that's a choice. You didn't choose to have your toe pop out of your sock.
You could be wearing a 3-piece tux, and the moment a hole pops out of your sock and your toe's out, you're absolutely in hobo class. It instantly updates. So, check out Bombas. They are doing it right, and not to mention that Bombas also donates a pair for everyone you buy to those in need. So there you go. Go to bombas.com/superbeast and get 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/superbeast for 20% off. bombas.com/superbeast. Thank you, Bombas.
Thanks, Bombas.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by Honey, the ever present promo code based service, and not the thing that bees make that you put on your food.
Nah,
that
man,
tastes really good.
This is about deals, man.
Yeah, I was having a cheat meal. I had a slice of pizza, and the pizza was like a pepperoni slice with some good cheese on it, and they had a little drizzle of honey on it, and I was like, what? And then I tried it, and I was like, oh,
yeah, it's there to
shit.
distract you from the terrible pepperoni.
In this case, it was like a special Italian slice of meat. It wasn't like regular pepperoni. It was like a special... I said pepperoni, but it's some fancier name for whatever the kind of cut of meat was. But yes, it was a really good slice. I couldn't believe it. And I was like, damn, honey, you're doing good. I didn't know. I didn't know you could put honey on pizza. That's great. But that's not even what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we're not talking about the food.
At
We're
all.
talking about deals.
Yeah. Delicious Italian sausage aside, the honey that we're talking about here is equally pleasant because it's saving you money. Because when you're going shopping online, you go into whether it's tech, whether it's fashion, whatever you're looking at these days, you're getting it ordered to your door, and there's always that promo code box, and you don't know what goes in there, and no one knows what goes in there. It's archaic, it's cryptic, it's literally a dead language, long forgotten. You know, the historians are still trying to figure out what the fuck to do with these promo code boxes. Well, Honey has figured it out. And they
figured it out. They're geniuses.
They're communicating with the savings deities of yesteryear. They are accessing realms that have long since been silent, and from those realms, savings are brought and passed on to you. It's real simple, you know? All you got to do is you get Honey, and with just one click, it'll search the whole internet for all coupons, apply the ones that save you the most on your cart, and once they're applied, bam, you can watch the prices drop, and it's all good.
I don't know how that works. It seems crazy to me.
It's nuts. It's nuts. And yeah, and it works, you know, even when you're shopping on your phone or on your desktop, whatever you prefer to browse and buy with. So save yourself some money. Just jump on the Honey. Yeah, you can activate it on Safari on phones, is what they're mentioning as well. So that's a new thing. Tons of customers have saved tons of money. So if you don't have Honey, you could be straight up missing out. Get it and do yourself a solid. Support the show as well. Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thanks, Honey.
Thank you, Honey.
And this week, the podcast is sponsored by Notion. And Notion. They've been here before. Notion is all about finding better ways to work. If you are managing projects and you have a team that you need coordinated, you have all kinds of, whether it's a large company or a small company. I mean, look, people are just flailing about limbs in every direction, not knowing what to do, where to go, how to report what's going on. It's kind of insane. It's kind of terrible. Your job is to gather the monkeys to the typewriters and have them make something that makes sense, and that's a hard job. So
it is. If you're flailing a boot, drowning in work, and you don't know how to get it done, what would help you is if there was no ocean to drown in.
You know, I mean, you might be busy working on the latest project or trying to manage the team for the latest project, but then you're not going to have time to go deliver your handheld devices door to door to everybody. And you need time.
That's true.
Managing takes time. So save yourself on some of that time by getting an all-in-one team collaboration solution that combines note-taking, document sharing, wikis, project management, and so much more into one space that's simple, powerful, and beautifully designed. It's got integration that's powerful, seamless navigation, all in one spot. Notion is working worldwide with millions of users to create templates, tutorials, and new inspiration. Whoa. Okay. That just got really weird visually, but there's nothing I can do about that. So I'm just going to say that if you have foibles and hiccups and times, and creates a knock-on infinity effect visually that confuses everybody. But that's all right. That's all right. The point is this. If you're not using Notion on your team, you're missing out on what'll help you guys grow and help you move to the next level. Get everyone organized, get it together faster. Learn more and get started for free at notion.so. You can check out your own invitation, or you can invite as many others as you would like to see how it works together. Take the first step towards an organized, happy team today. Again, at notion.so. Thanks, Notion.
Thanks, Notion.
All right. So we
Yo,
got
to the guy who said, "Hey, I can't believe you hate pepperoni on pizza, Pat." That's right, I fucking hate that shit. Everybody who eats that shit is an asshole. Pepperoni is fucking food poison, and if you eat it, you're a fucking psycho. Every kid that fucking went, "I want pepperoni pizza," at every fucking sleepover in every fucking kid's house, and you could only get fucking pepperoni every single fucking time, and it always had to be pepperoni because the kids like pepperoni. You fucking ruined your fucking birthday party for anybody that didn't like pepperoni. You're an asshole.
So I never had pepperoni pizza for the longest while because it was pork and that was no good. So all pizza I consumed for the first half of my life was other flavors, chicken, beef, whatever else we could get. But the default pepperoni slice that was on everything, shown everywhere as the go-to Ryu flavor, when I eventually did get it, I was immensely underwhelmed. I was like, that's it? It's just a really salty slice. I can't
wait to just drink a fucking thimble of oil with every bite because of this fucking shit meat.
I was quite disappointed that it didn't hold up to the other better tasting. Hell, even something as similar as like a bacon pizza. Bacon as a topping on pizza tastes better. Like it kind of. I was shocked that it's the default.
Pepperoni is just like the shittiest slice of salami you've ever eaten.
Yeah. It's the Ryu of meat. I'm going to say I've had my eyes open to the power of Italian sausage. And that
is... why do you think I hate pizza? Because fucking 80% of the pizza I had to eat in my life had pepperoni on it.
Italian sausage is the shit.
Yeah, sauce is pretty good.
Yeah. Also, if you're getting the chicken ones and you do it with the white chicken with the carbonara, kind of like the white sauce pizza, those ones are pretty tasty too. Anyway, I blame the Ninja Turtles.
I also blame them.
Well, now you
for
can
a lot more, but you know,
you can blame them one by one in depth over the course of the entire collection, which has just been announced. State of Play dropped, and a whole lot of news came out of that.
Oh god, so much of that State of Play left me with my trademark Pat stares at intensely confused face.
Mm-hmm.
Just deep confusion.
I had a mixture of stuff that I was like, most of it was, oh, that looks cool, or I guess, and that was kind of the gamut, really.
Yeah.
So, starting with Ninja Turtles, Konami's putting out the complete Cowabunga Collection, which is just about, if not every game, almost every game. It's like at least, 13 or 16 games here? It's crazy.
I think it's got both versions of Tournament Fighters, which is absolutely
so
gonzo.
TMNT Arcade, Turtles in Time, NES TMNT, NES TMNT 2, NES TMNT 3, Manhattan Project, Tournament Fighters NES, Tournament Fighters Genesis, Tournament Fighters Super Nintendo. So all three versions of Tournament Fighters. Then Turtles in Time, Hyperstone Heist, Fall of the Foot Clan, the Game Boy game, Back from the Sewers, the Game Boy game, and Radical Rescue, the Game Boy game. So just about all of them, really, from that era, you know. Which, hey, shout-outs for being thorough, because while everybody knows the Super Nintendo version of Tournament Fighters is the legit go-to best one, there were others that had different characters, and if you wanted to just do a novelty check to see, like, oh, what was Casey Jones like? You could go play the Genesis version. So,
which is the really fucked up version? It's the Genesis version?
Genesis version is pretty fucked up. The NES version is also pretty fucked up. Like, basically, the Super Nintendo is the only one really resembling like a legit fighter you can fucking have fun with. You know, Karai and Rat King madness. Yeah, so that's all coming out together, and I mean, shit, man. Everyone will take this over a instantly
bad
delisted
version of Turtles of Time.
God. 2 weeks, maybe. No, it was more than that. But that thing released and just got pulled off of the 360 arcade shop. Fucking, like, it's a record breaker. That and Sparkster are up there for, like, the shortest release window ever. Because it was embarrassing. Yeah, it was quite embarrassing. And the fact that you could have the old game running in the background was just like, okay, well then just play the old game. But anyway, this was released, announced at State of Play. That's cool. To me, it's just about tournament fighters. That's it.
Yeah.
I just want a good reason to fucking get to play that.
I'd like to play Turtles, and I like a good version of Turtles in Time again. That'd be nice.
And then a couple other things were dropped, including a new teaser for Strangers of Paradise, which I have to ask questions. I have to ask questions. Because have you started or touched it besides the demo?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Have you
wait, I touched the demo. I touched the demo for a little bit.
Have you been following the journey that Jack Garland has taken in the heart of the internet?
Oh yeah. Oh, he's the internet's id.
It has become immensely confusing because, like, it feels, I don't know, and I might be wrong because I don't know and I haven't seen or played, but it feels as if it's gone from, who is this dumb edge boy? I can't believe he won't shut up about chaos. This is the worst. Into, oh my god, it's going all the way back around. He's the best. He literally can't stop talking about chaos. And him and his bros need to kill chaos. And I'm going to kill chaos with them. And we're all bros together. I love him.
Yeah.
And it may or may not have something to do with the fact that he interrupts a dark elf in the middle of a soliloquy.
No, that's not why.
Okay. Is it because the combat is actually fun?
Nope.
Okay.
What you're not understanding, Wooly, is that the two emotions that you have identified as being separate are in fact actually the same emotion.
I know they are the same emotion. I can tell that. But when it was revealed, people were like, what the fuck is Square doing? Was the end of the sentence.
Yeah, and no, so right, but then the more that you saw of it, the more that it was just more of that, and that was the whole bit. Like, because the way that it looked like is that was a badly produced
trailer
version of like a real video game. But no, we've discovered that it's actually a completely fake video game. And then it's just like that the whole time.
And then we see the interview where the director is like, so we saw everybody laughing at the chaos stuff and we didn't like that. That was very difficult. It's not what we were hoping for it to be received as. And it's like, so you designed the edgelord to end all edgelords.
Like,
and
with seriousness.
And in the form of taking Garland and showing his origin story. And this was unintended.
Yeah, dude, there's a shot of him at his wedding checking his cell phone. Like, telling his bride, like, shut up, I need to check my phone for crystal messages or something.
But this is what's so confusing, is, like, they're doing this edge thing, and it's not that, oh, we know when we're leaning into it. It's sincere, because the director absolutely doesn't understand why people are laughing at the chaos bit. What the fuck is happening?
It's... So, like, I don't know if you've touched the game.
No.
They put out a trailer, and I think the trailer carries over to the real game. Sorry, not the trailer, the demo. It's one of those. Yo, that game looks terrible. And I don't mean, like, bad to play. I mean, that game looks and runs like shit. It is a... Like, the writing and all the talking... feels like a fucking weird-ass knockoff 2007 Xbox 360 game. And it looks like it! Like, it really, really does!
So,
when you play it on, like, performance mode, like, it runs well, it looks, like, fucking smeared.
So are we all just in the middle of Tommy Wiseau Final Fantasy right now? Is that the energy in the room?
It also plays really well, and it's like Neo 3.
Well, so you're saying it looks like shit, but the combat's good?
Yeah, combat's super good.
Good.
It's
Yeah.
Neo
Okay.
3.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Like
Is
it's straight up Neo 3 with a bunch of the Remember all the complaints I had about Neo 2? A
Yeah.
lot of them, like a lot of them, are fixed in this game because of the
Okay.
job system.
Okay. But that's the energy in the room. Oh, hi, Mark. I'm here to kill chaos.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%. Seeing the phrase "edge Kino" in the chat.
Oh, fuck off with that. Edge is not Kino because it cuts you.
It is now. It is now.
And then there's the two partners that he partners up with, me and Ninja. And then together with Jesse Pinkman.
Have you seen the fucking cutscene where they meet?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fucking unhinged.
They hold their
just
stones
walk up
out
behind him
and then brofist.
And they just it's literally like, "Hey, I have a cool rock. I have a cool rock too. Do you want to be friends?" Yeah.
So
touch.
I'm hanging out with Jesse Pinkman and Ninja. Am I cool?
Yeah. No.
Oh. What do I do?
You gotta get the blue mage robe on, then you're cool.
Mm. Okay. So
and then the girl shows up and she's like, "I got a cool rock too," and they're like, "That's cool. You want to join our bro gang?"
I saw the cutscene of some elf going, and that is why. Then he's like, "Now hold on, I just want to hear about the crystals."
There's like,
it's just, the absolute press button to skip in cutscene.
I don't like. Okay, let's all think about something. So, Metroid Other M and Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin, both have a lot in common. They are both more action-centric versions or spin-offs of their main franchises that put a new, weird take on the character. With Samus, they wanted her to appear to be more sensitive, right? That's not really how it came across, but you can believe that was the intention, right? With Stranger of Paradise, I can't even attempt to zero in on what the intention is, because it's coming across so intense that the father of Final Fantasy villainy, the biggest bad for 30 years onwards, the evilest dude that fought the ancient warriors of light, is the fucking weirdest, edgiest, dumbass shit kicker that I've ever seen in a game.
I can only assume this is what happens when Squeenix drags the Western appeal bar to the maximum and says, let's design this for that audience exclusively.
So, like, there's two ways you can do it, right? Oh, there's three ways you can do it. There's two good ways you can do it for characters that are supposed to appeal to the West, right? You can go subtle. You can have Nero, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not as cringe as Dante. He's got a darker edge, but he's still clearly designed with the same ethos, right? And so Nero becomes very popular.
There are some like, well, I was gonna say Kurono from Gantz has a similar kind of like, disposition, but go on.
Yeah, you can go with Jack Garland, a character that walked out of being an extra from the Limp Bizkit Rollin' video because they refused to pay him in beer. Right? Like, just the absolute maximum slider. Right?
He was summoned in the crowd at Woodstock 99.
Yeah.
In the middle of break stuff.
the middle of these things, the middle of this is where all the bad Western JRPG Western Japanese characters lived, which is they're gruff and they're angry and they're cool and they're tough, but they're not gruff and angry and cool and tough enough, or they're too gruff and tough and angry to be interesting. So the person who jumps out at me the strongest of the middle of these two types is fucking Rad Spencer from Bionic Commando, like the Xbox 360, where he's angrier and gruffer and edgier than his red-headed weirdo asshole verse, but he's not gruff and dumb and stupid enough to be Kratos.
No. He's just lead singer, frontman for a band, edgy and gruff, which the voice actor literally was. If
you want to do it subtle, do it subtle. If you want to do it loud, apparently we have now seen the archetype go to the fucking max.
Now here's the other thing. People
are pointing out Senator Armstrong is a really good example of this.
Armstrong is I played football. I'm talking about my days back on the field in college ball. I'm literally just an American senator to the maximum. When you bring in Garland and do this though, Garland has just been big villain cape sword guy forever, right? Has there ever been any other attempt to show anything inside of him?
Well, FF1 doesn't really have a whole lot going on.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in him coming back in Dissidia and shit like that.
Nah, he's evil.
It's just the big sword knight. Yeah, okay.
So I would like to ask the question of the people who designed Jack, because this would be a question that would only apply to their knowledge of the American version of Final Fantasy 1. Because in Final Fantasy 1, the translation is garbage, and Garland's big threat to you is that he's gonna knock you down. And it's really fucking stupid and dumb and weird. And Jack in Stranger of Paradise will literally yell out that he is going to knock people down.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm like, are you basing this whole character off of the dumb translation of FF1 in English from '87? Because if so, damn.
But that's why I want to know.
Man.
That's why I want to know what other characterization was given to him in Dissidia, because that would be your halfway step.
I mean, I played Dissidia. He's evil. He's an evil guy.
Yeah, and he's just yelling all his evil quotes and right.
I'll get you this time.
Because I guess that's the thing is this Dissidia incarnations of these old characters would be then the idea of what Square thinks they would become adapted to in a modern context. And I'm assuming
they're all pretty accurate and good.
Mm-hmm.
But Garland, he's got, God, I want to say he's got fucking 8 lines of dialogue in the entirety of Final Fantasy 1.
Okay. And I'm assuming that Origins here is going to just be about Jack slowly getting those armor pieces and becoming that. You know? It's the fucking logo of the game. I mean,
dude, I don't know. I really don't, because everything about the reveal. Well, I'm going to use big ass air quotes reveal. It's so fucking weird, because they really genuinely thought that it was going to be a fucking twist, a twist.
Mm.
You're going to get to the end and be like, oh, he was Garland the whole time. What? And it's people figured it out within an hour of the first trailer coming out.
They didn't say his last name then, right? He was just going to kill Chaos.
The part where he says, my name is Jack Garland, I think that clip in the trailer is from the fucking ending.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like, that's what it feels like. And so, like, are they gonna just play it up like last 4 minutes of the game is like, what's your name? I'm Jack Garland. And then he puts the helmet on and sits on the throne, and like, that's it. Like, I think that's what it's gonna be like. I think because they're not gonna change the whole fucking game.
Yeah. So, Western appeal slider up to 11 on everything, it would seem. And mainline Final Fantasy character being fucked with. But sure. Because I see that people are like, yo, this game feels really fun. Feels really good. So fuck it. We love Chaos Boy, and now we're all Chaos memeing, and that's the energy is protect Jack and protect your bros.
So the other thing,
anything to kill Chaos together.
The other thing about the game that I think I talked about it briefly before, but like now more of it has been seen. This could be called like Celebration of Final Fantasy, the game.
Oh.
Like so it's Neo 3, right? So the levels work like Neo levels. Like, you pick them and you go to them, and like this is this place and this is that place. And like in the demo that just came out, it turns out you're going to dimensions, and the dimensions are numbered. And I think the second level is you're going to Dimension 8, and you're going to the Fire Cave, and it's the fucking tutorial Fire Cave from Final Fantasy 8 that has been very, very loosely tied into FF1.
Okay. So
but
portal hopping.
It is right? And then you go to Dimension 14, which is like the Limsa and Laminson thing, and I think you're doing the Leviathan stuff. And you're going to Dimension 6, and maybe that's the technological magic. And it's like, it's a tribute game. Like, you're going to be hopping to areas that they'll tell you are FF1 locations. But if you've played the game and look at it for more than 1 second, you're like, oh, it's Satasha? Oh, that's great. Oh, that's stupid. And like, yeah, you go to Dimension 7, and it's like the Mako reactor.
Okay.
That one's confirmed. Like, they've shown it.
And I guess as long as you're not running into anybody, but you're just fighting monsters, that's a good enough homage, right?
Yeah. So it's like a tribute game on like the level of like a Dissidia game. And I'm sure Gilgamesh will be a big boss fight, for example. And I can only assume, because of the way Neo games work and the amount of levels you deal with, that there's actually going to be like, you're going to Dimension 12 and it's the Wraith Wall, but you're also going to Dimension 12 again and it's Ravenaster, or what have you.
Well, I mean, as long as it's fun and we're comparing it to Neo, these are good things, because Neo's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's just literally Neo.
I'm still working my way through, and I will then definitely want to check this out. But does the trio that you're playing with or whatever, is that like different jobs that you can switch to, or?
Yeah, dude. There are the full gamut of jobs. Paradise. So like, you start with the loser freak jobs that nobody who hasn't played the MMOs knows about. So like, Pugilist and Marauder and Thaumaturge, right?
Sure.
Which then become Monk and Warrior or Berserker or Black Mage.
Okay.
Right? People are saying 27 jobs. So like,
damn.
The whole gamut. The whole one. Like Lancer to Dragoon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole gang. And that to me makes the Neo skill system a hell of a lot more easy to understand, because you switch between the jobs like a style in Devil May Cry.
Oh, it's really instant switching.
Yep.
Cool. Okay.
Jack is able to do what the main character of FF14 was doing in the Shadowbringers trailer, but for real.
Why the word job stops being stops applying At the moment you're style switching between them.
30 years. And they stole it from Dragon Quest too. Like you can't. It's too late.
Like at that point, you can say class switching if you don't want to say style switching.
No, it's
but
not
job switching
classes.
buttons.
Classes are different. It's a job.
Well,
Totally different.
Anyway, question answered then, because that's the main thing is observing the difference in energy from when he was revealed to the final trailer to the new teaser and then the release, of which it seems to be doing really well. But I'm like, everyone loves him now. What happened? And it's like
they loved him right away
because it just never stopped. But I like there was a distinct flavor of like, it's over. Squeenix doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh my god, this looks like a train wreck. No,
that's true, and we're gonna talk about that in a few minutes.
And then that seemed to like dissipate into just like, fuck yeah, Chaos Bros. We JO together.
One of the things that I've seen is people. It's been this long-standing thing of like, there are folks that are like, this looks like garbage. I can't believe everyone is being ironic and pretending to love this because it's so bad. And it's like, no. Just because you find it embarrassing or whatever doesn't mean that people don't legitimately enjoy it. The fact, like, Linkin Park is kind of a little bit cringe. Their lyrics are embarrassing. I don't care. I fucking love Hybrid Theory and Meteora.
Right.
I will listen to those albums in my house without headphones on, and I don't care.
Yes. Now, what I'm referring to is, again, just internet Twitter reception from when this thing dropped and where we're at today. And the feeling that has changed.
Okay, so there were two things that day. One was the trailer, and everyone was like laughing, and some people were laughing with like, I can't wait to see the rest of these cutscenes because this looks like garbage, and the other was laughing because like, oh my god, this is a fucking train wreck. Then the demo came out, but the demo was broken. I don't know if you remember that. The demo was broken.
Okay.
And
you
couldn't play it for like a day and a half, and people were like, oh my god, what a train wreck. And then the demo actually came out and it played really well, and so the people who laughed because they were like, this is hilarious, are now looking at a good game that is also hilarious.
Okay.
And the people who were like, this is a disaster, are forced to admit that it's not a disaster because the game actually plays well.
Right. Okay. Now this narrative makes more sense. Okay. There was the demo not working contributed to this being a laughing stock in the moment.
I did a stream where I'm like, hey guys, the demo's ready, let's do it. Oh, it's broken. Then I ended the stream after 4 minutes.
Okay, because there was a vibe shift. I'm not crazy. And then that came back around because it turns out that the combat's pretty tight. That makes sense. I have the complete narrative there. Got it. And now you can laugh.
Looks like soup, dude. It's so ugly. It's really hilarious.
But now you can laugh at it in the same way that you laugh at the dumb shit that Dante's doing, because you're like, yeah, but this is fucking awesome to play regardless.
Yeah, he's the Doom guy side of Wahoo Crazy Pizza.
Okay. Now, the last question I have on it is anybody looking at it going, you're ruining the legacy of Garland?
Garland's got nothing.
The FF1, the first villain.
He's a totally fucking blank slate. Who cares?
I just, like, it's like, oh, the first hero might.
The only people who could say that must be mandatory 35, 36 or older, right? It has to be my age or older.
Yeah.
And to people who are like, the ruin of the legacy of, like, you're insane. It's a 64 pixel little Nightman with fucking no dialogue in a game that has no story.
Okay.
Like, shut up.
Because that's the thing is the Hero of Light has that like look that I get, at least seeing where the way it got carried over into City and such, that is very like, this is a legacy important character. This is the Final Fantasy franchise. It started here.
Warrior of Light actually is different than Garland, because the Warrior of Light gets to be a fucking player stand-in and gets to be a hero, like, put forth, like, explicitly through art and other games references as them as the archetypal hero, as the only Warrior of Light that doesn't even have their own goddamn name. They're just the Warrior of Light.
Mm-hmm. So, and in that way, people would not want to see, or I could see people getting upset over something like that getting fucked up, or like Red from Pokemon getting fucked up, or doing something with Jonathan, you know, Joestar, like that idea of like the original legacy and the importance of that. And
yeah, no, that's fucking
I don't
stupid.
know if that doesn't apply here, then all the better. Okay, all right,
Sure doesn't.
All right,
It's fucking stupid. You know who's a great Warrior of Light? Unironically, Fighter and his sword chucks.
Oh, 8-Bit Theater.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That is just as legitimate a Warrior of Light as any other.
The era of fucking reading webcomics is over, but like our references will never change. Those are frozen in time.
So you might be, if people watching at home with the video on can notice that the cat tree got moved over because we're doing some spring cleaning. It's a little early, but we're, you know, cleaning up the house. I went through some boxes that I have never gone. I went through a box of books that I have not gone through since I moved to my last apartment. And I'm like, I should probably look in this fucking thing. And I found Real Ultimate Power. And I put that in the keep pile.
Yeah. Somewhere I got one of those. So the Ninja Guide, you like, absolutely is here. There's some stuff. I definitely have some stuff. Pretty sure I have a couple of Sinfest collections that from back in the day, way back when it was like, that's a fun webcomic. Ooh, what happened? Yeah. Early internet. Well, anyways, state of play.
Old internet.
State of play. What else we got? We got the reveal. Speaking of absolutely dumb and like, let's fucking go. Let's just lean into it. Exoprimal. Capcom.
I feel like I felt attacked watching that trailer. I felt physically accosted.
The absolute lack of a crisis.
It like
of the dino variety being shown.
There's a team of the cool gang, and they're gonna fight dinosaurs falling out of the sky, coming through a kind of portal. and there's a girl with bright red short hair hanging out with the dino crew. And then they're like, Exoprimal, what the fuck's a dino crisis? And I'm like, oh man, that thing's dead. Man, that franchise got killed. That's done.
Did you see the end of the trailer? The last shot?
I can't remember.
The last shot of the trailer is they go, so you're a new recruit here. You want to fight some dinosaurs? And someone walks in and their head is cropped off screen and then goes to sit down, but they don't show their face. So, who knows?
Like,
who knows? What if?
It is.
And it's a lady.
Game.
A lady walks over and sits down, but you don't see her face, right? So maybe it's just a creative character. But what if?
I think people coming up with fake Dino Crisis analogs is like one of the funniest things I've seen in a long time. Like Lizard Disaster or Cretaceous Catastrophe.
Triassic Troubles.
Yeah, like, dude, it's great. So confusing. Like, just like intensely weird.
Well, what they did show is a bunch of people in some fucking robot suits, power armor.
It's EDF, man. It's
Yep.
EDF with fucking dinosaurs.
And the dinosaurs are being thrown about like liquid. They're pouring waves of liquid dinosaur through the windows onto buildings, and it's the dumbest shit I've seen all year.
I'm watching it, and Paige is watching it, and like the portal opens up like 200 feet above the ground, and like all these velociraptors just shoot out and hit the ground no problem, and
they just splat and they're okay.
Splat and die.
No,
they hit the. What the fuck is this?
Water, like zombies, and now zombie horde waves are the thing. Fluid zombie waves. We need fluid dino waves. And yes, I'm all about it. I'm down to see more of this. I want to know what's up. Fuck it. Stupid levels of dinosaurs being thrown at you by some clearly nefarious, organized, and hostile force.
Who knows, man? Who knows?
Because either the dinosaurs themselves have conspired to drop themselves on cities from sky high and invade.
You don't know that.
Or some evil person has access to an infinite dinosaur dimension and is using that to fill the cities up. But either way, let's fucking go. I want to see it. Exoprimal.
Terrible name, too. Like, really bad. Really bad.
Because it's primal with the M with the scratches like a dinosaur claw, but it's exosuits. Ooh. So it's both at the same time. Yeah, no, this is the like dumb. I'm here to see it. I want to know how dumb it gets. I want to know if you can
probably gonna get super dumb.
I want to see
the boss will be like a dinosaur wearing like a top hat, going, "Haha, it's my evil plan."
Well, more along the lines of like, okay, that's just a T-Rex. That's nice, but what if the T-Rex has like an army of pterodactyls that can like lift it up for like big flight? You know, what if they can coordinate attacks and combine and shit? Right on a Stegosaurus, get some armor. I want to know.
There's a shot of like a viciously evil Triceratops attacking buildings in that trailer, and it's fucking wild. Like what?
So yeah, Capcom is swinging for the fences, and let's see it. Let's see it.
Yeah.
There's some dumb shit, and yeah, EDF is correct. EDF is the right energy because I feel it 100%. as the humans are like posing in their big exosuits.
They look like EDF characters.
You know, you're like, yeah, this is absolutely gonna be just that level of silly, and we're gonna need to see some grunt humans get chewed up by the dinosaurs and a bunch, you know, and everyone going, "Oh God, oh no!" in the cutscenes. Exoprimal revealed. Then
hey,
yeah,
man, I gotta take a quick break. I gotta take dog out. He crying. Okay. He needs to poop. I'll be right back.
Right. So, anyway, I was in the middle of saying, the Exoprimal shit looks like, even though there's like EDF dumb vibes, gameplay wise, I think it's gonna be more like horde mode or like Left 4 Dead style, 4PvE, you know.
They say it's competitive in nature, which is actually very confusing.
They show you that like you have like they show off the one of the exosuits is like a Reinhardt that blocks with the shield, and then it says like you can switch roles at any point. So like you're working together, but like you can all just play any role that you want to. And I guess it's like, yeah, whoever does the most like whatever of in their role is gonna get, you know, like do the best per round or whatever the case is. But it seems to be about a 4-player team going against multiple waves, you know.
Need to see more.
Need to see more. But
hopefully it is not Operation Raccoon City again.
I'm listening to your premise. I am attentively listening to your premise, Exoprimal. You have my attention. Okay. So then they showed off some new stuff in Ghostwire Tokyo, and not much else to really say. Just the game looks gorgeous.
Game looks cool.
It looks really, really pretty, and aesthetically, I can't wait to just fucking see all of that. Like, that's the number one thing right now. Is like, yep, it's first person. You're gonna zip around. You're gonna cast spells and fight some demons and all that jazz. But it aesthetically looks very unique and fun. And whatever they show off, every time they show off some kind of new power or new yokai that's attacking you, I'm like, yeah, no, this is one of the best looking depictions of Tokyo I've seen. You know, outside of like fucking RRG Studio or RGG Studio, rather.
It kind of genuinely looks like an RGG game, but with ghosts, though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's really bizarre. I don't just mean like it's taking place in like the same like kind of area. I mean like the way they've textured and lit the place like looks like a similar engine.
So I think RGG's gonna still end up taking it because they have internal maps. They have like interiors for buildings. But if this turned out to have anything comparable, then like this could be the best looking version of Tokyo, you know. But that's what it's going to kind of come down to, is like they went to the next level with Yakuza by letting you see the insides of these buildings now in the same level of obsessive detail. It's fucking incredible. Yeah, Ghostwire looks amazing. That's coming out in like 2 seconds as well, actually.
Yeah, it's coming out in 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's late March. And what's not coming out in 2 weeks, what was supposed to come out, actually, they were on the same day originally. So March 25th is Ghostwire Tokyo. Oh, no, wait, hold on. May was Forspoken. My bad. Okay, Forspoken was supposed to be dropping in May on the 24th, and it has been delayed since to October 11th. So they're pushing that back a bit. And then they showed off a bit more of that. And yeah. It's shiny.
I don't know about that game, man.
It looks shiny. I don't know. We'll have to... I want to see the, like, combat walkthrough. Like, this is the systems, this is how it works, this is what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, I feel like they keep showing, like, the same 30 seconds of it. Over and over.
The pretty spell casting is pretty, but, like, how's it actually work, you know? Ghostwire showed that off in their gameplay introduction last time, for example. I think that's what we need at this point to really lock it in, because I mean, I like what I see with Forspoken. Like, it does look pretty cool, but it's just like, is it going to be very like, are you actually engaging with the action here moment to moment, or is a lot of it just kind of playing itself? Is I guess what I'm wondering about. And yeah, they showed off that. Then they went on to show the new Gundam Evolution trailer, which is one of the games where I went like, I guess, because, you know, Gundam's been...
Yeah, it's Overwatch Gundam, I guess.
Yeah, you know, they've got the Breaker series. They've got X versus Mbon. And those things are great. And why not just grab some of that FPS money as well? So 6v6 online battles, pick your Gundam and do the Overwatch. Sure. You know, it's not like
Larry David.
When you it's just, and it's the thing is when you emphasize this type of play, then you're also probably emphasizing the gunplay and less of like the beam sabers and the crazier melee shit that I think is cool. But they do have a big old shot of Barbados in there, swinging the fucking block around, doing some melee damage. So could be interesting. We'll have to see. But yeah, Gundam applied to whatever genre, so be it. You know, they're not coming for that Battle Royale money just yet, but they will.
In my experience, Gundam applied to any genre always is like, hey, it's like a good game from that genre, but worse because it was made with this licensed property and thus shy it out.
Yep. But look, it's Amuro.
But oh, cool. Fucking annoying new type noise.
Then they showed off GigaBash, which is the basically King of the Monsters vibe game, which it feels as if a bunch of people have been trying to bring back and they
all just don't come out.
All the kaiju fighting things just tend to not really come out. I think Override though did drop and that happened, although that's like a lot of robot stuff more so. But yeah, it's another kaiju battle game, and I guess this one might actually happen because PlayStation said it will. So, sure, that's cool. I was never a big
Whatever you say, PlayStation.
Yeah, I didn't play a ton of King of the Monsters really. I didn't get into that, and I didn't get into Rampage either. So, like, you know, I'm down for wherever this goes, but I definitely don't have the nostalgia that others would for these games where you're like destroying a city, doing the big monster battle.
I think the best one I ever played was War of the Monsters, and it's weird that game never got re-released.
Was that like the second or third of the...
That was a completely independent game that came out on the PS2. It was incredible.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's a brand new studio as well. They do say at the end that they have love for kaiju and tokusatsu, so there might be...
Well, you better.
Yeah, there might be
this type of game.
Cool things coming out in that direction too. Then they showed off JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R, which a lot of people thought was a new game because it's been that long, but it is not. ASB.
No, it is not a real game.
ASBR. It's a 2014 PlayStation 3 JoJo fighting game, not the one made by Capcom. Because Reggie got so confused. He was like, wait.
I also got confused.
What? Huh? It was the most confusing announcement for people. Because even if you're going back to a JoJo game, the fact that they didn't go back to Eyes of Heaven, but they went back to the first thing they did.
Well, they called it a legendary fighting game. And I'm like... And then I saw the JoJo stuff come up. I'm like, oh, Fight for the Future. And then it's like All-Star Battle. And I'm like, that is not a legendary fighting game.
So here's the thing. All this time later, it still is probably the best piece of JoJo fan service to exist.
Yeah, sure, but whatever.
I know, but that whatever is not everyone hits that whatever. I hit that whatever with you.
But
But
there's this thing called YouTube where you can go and look at all the things.
and you can look at all the things, and that's what ends up happening a lot of the time.
It's the same thing like Near Ultimate Hero 3. Like, oh, should I play this shitty game or should I just look at the cool cutscenes they made on YouTube? Oh yeah, the second one.
I'll say that in fucking cop a Super Robot Wars game, no problem.
Now people are pointing out that they are in fact changing the game, to which I point out, well, who's changing it? CyberConnect 2, the people who made it bad in the first place?
So the main thing that we're seeing here is that it is there's new characters. So I will assume they're going to add in all the people that, you know, now that Part 8 has gotten further in, they can add, since that was a whole I think Part 8 was really early in 2014. It was only like 3 of its 11-year run into the story. So now they can add a lot more. Also, they got the anime voice actors to come in and do the voices to replace the ones that they were cast, or that to replace the original casting, which was already pretty all right. But that makes more sense now that you've established it across these animated seasons. So that's pretty cool. And that all helps to add to the continued, like, this is your biggest piece of fan service thing ever. You know, I mean, I was looking at some of the comments where some people were just like, man, they better fucking add this person from Part 7 or this person from Part 8 this time. And, you know, people kind of just like really excited to see that. And you have to realize that it's more or less just kind of like a smash draft roster, where it doesn't matter what the gameplay is going to be here. It's just the cool 3D model of the thing with the quotes and the costumes and the fun stuff to look at. Please be in the game, because I like that character, and that ends up being that. But in terms of gameplay, if it's what it was, then it ain't the Capcom one. And that hurts, because as someone who absolutely wants to love a JoJo celebrating thing that puts this much work into, like, the detail of how cool these characters are in animation, in moving, in a game, in a genre that I love, it's also, because I love the genre, hard to ignore the parts of the game that are just not good, you know? But I do prefer All-Star Battle to Eyes of Heaven. I prefer this way
not
more.
even close.
So they, at least that's good. And let's see if that taunt bug is still in the game, if you can still do taunt infinites on people.
Let's I have advice for the people making the JoJo game. You should make it good.
Like, I feel like it's like there's never in a billion years, but like, if someone was willing to, they could call in just even some local, like, celebrated strong Japanese players in fighting games to come in and just, like, ground up this system, you know? Just make it something else completely. Kind of how Real Battle on Film, Street Fighter 2, the movie, the game, they took all of these sprites that were captured of the actors live on the set and then dropped them into an ST style gameplay setup, and suddenly the game became way more fun, because they're like, yeah, okay, just give us the sprites, we'll make them move in a way that's a good Street Fighter game. And then you got that one, as opposed to the original American release, and salvaged it, you know? So that's it.
Yeah, they should just make a good game. That's yeah.
I'm seeing that ASBR is going to include 2v2 battles. They're adding some hit stop. They're adding some other air dashes. Okay. I mean, it's going to take a little more than that, I think. The speed, the flow, the movement, a lot of it just doesn't feel as snappy as I would like it to feel. But in any case, the best piece of JoJo, the best piece of JoJo fan service is coming. It is what it is. Will there be rollback? You fucking wish. The R probably does not stand for rollback. I'll eat my fucking shoe if I'm wrong right here. but I would be very surprised if Rollback were to be confirmed by a CyberConnect fighting game. Like knowing what that word is implies that you're like kind of aware of what's happening in the genre, but that awareness also stops you from designing the game the way this plays, you know? Yeah, it could be. I could be wrong. They might throw it in and I could be super wrong. There's no...
You gotta eat a shoe.
You know, there's no guarantee that it's not going to be a blow up. But I don't think all the changes they're going to make will be enough to make it a really good fighter. So.
Kids like that hit stop, right? Okay, we can put that in.
Yeah, I just hate this. This losing battle every time because it's just like we talk to a lot of people. There's a lot of audience, and that audience has for me, there's a lot of fighting game fans I reach, and there's a lot of JoJo fans I reach, and like sometimes the JoJo fans feel like I'm directly taking a shit in their Cheerios, and I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe the Cheerios should have not had a
here's a
giant space for me to take a dump in it.
To people who are such fans of a property that they don't give a goddamn shit what the quality level of any piece of that property is, you're a fucking moron. If you get a JoJo shirt and you put it on, and within 10 seconds of the shirt being on your back, of like one of the fucking sleeves tears off when you just kind of shrug your shoulders, you go, but it's got a good picture of Giorno on it, though. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking moron. If you're the type of person who's like, oh, dude, I love Batman so much. Man, Batman vs. Superman Batman was so cool. Oh my God. It's like, and you just ignore the fact that it's a terrible movie, you're a fucking moron. You're just a fucking weird fucking freak who just treats like your fucking cartoon character like a religion because you have no personality.
See, what I remember getting hit at the time, which there's many years between back then and now, but the general vibe of like, look, man, I mashed buttons with Giorno. I had a good time. What's wrong with that? You know? And it's like, well, nothing if you got your money's worth.
See, that's fine.
But, you know, just I'm not gonna treat it the same way I treat like
that's completely fine. The difference there are two types of people. It's like, yeah, whatever, man, I enjoy seeing this stuff. No one is mad at that person. The guy who saw Batman versus Superman, it was like, oh yeah, but I like the part where Batman did the thing. That's the most honest thing in the world, and there's no annoyance there. The annoyance always comes from, dude, JoJo's All-Star Battle is the best game ever because Giorno's Super is like so accurate. Dude, Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is the best Dragon Ball game ever because it has shit fuck the pig freak from the panel, whatever. And I don't care how it controls. Like, you're stupid.
I learned a lot about the world when I was at the New York Comic Con where they had a Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 tournament, and that was happening, and it was like the one Dragon Ball tournament happening there was just that, and the crowd came through and they were doing it, and I forgot who I was with, but I was just like, no fighters in sight, huh? We're just doing this. We're just doing the full, and the Xenoverse tournament was popping off, and everyone was like, it's like, yeah, no, they're loving it. They're loving it. That's the thing. It's cool to pick SSJ Brolinks and have a good time. And it's like, yeah, no, that's fine. There's no reason you can't have fun with that. But it's not going to cut it for me. And please don't be an obnoxious asshole about it.
If the only factor in your opinion of something's quality is if it has the logo that you like on it, you're a fucking weird zealot. That goes for everyone in the world who will ever say the phrase blank bias about an entertainment property. You're a fucking freak.
SSJ Brolinks is clearly and obviously a fusion between Broly and Trunks. Duh. Come on.
They
Come on,
don't even
guys.
have the same power level. That doesn't even make any fucking sense.
Shut up. Doesn't matter. Potara.
Okay, yeah, yeah, you're right. All right, okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Anyways, it's fine. Just get ready when the game drops to have a new wave of this crash over your fucking your shores, you know?
Also, so that the comic people don't feel too bad that I focused in on them, and the anime and manga people don't feel too bad that I focused in on them, I would like you all to know that there is the longest standing group of total fucking idiot suckers in video games to ever exist, and none of you have any overlap with them, and it is people who like hockey and football and basketball teams who let every single fucking unlicensed sports game just die in the fucking dirt because it didn't have the Chicago Blackhawks in it. Oh, they don't have the Patriots.
It's gotta
Why
have
would
my
I play
logo,
that
bro.
game?
It's gotta have my logo. It's gotta have my team.
Logo.
Nah.
It's just a logo.
Nah. Gotta have the player. Gotta have the player. Even though the helmet's on and you can't really see his face, but you know underneath it, it's kind of sort of there. It's gotta be the player, man. I need it.
Shit like NFL Blitz the League, which is a pretty decent fucking football game, definitely a lot better than fucking Madden the year came out. Fucking crashes and burns because it doesn't have the right set of logos on it.
It was a brilliant decision when EA locked all of those rights down, because the years of competition on them, like, it dried up and it got to a point of sophistication where I want to say come the Dreamcast, like the introduction of the 2K game, like when things got that good looking, people suddenly cared exclusively about those licenses. The NHL PA games, the fact that there's a player association game, quarterback club, you know, all sorts of rival titles, even Madden 64, which didn't have the NFL license, but was just putting city names with 2 matching colors next to it. Like, all of that was fine, and you'd buy the one that played better, you know? But no, EA made the right move. It was a brilliant business decision.
That is a long-standing misunderstanding of what actually occurred with the NFL license. It has long been the understanding by almost everyone who plays games, even people who played games back in the day, that EA was like NFL 2K5, I think was the game, just kicked the fucking shit out of Madden that year, and was being sold for $20.
Oh, I'm getting deja vu. I think we covered this already.
And
yeah, I think you said something.
EA
like this.
was like, give us the fucking NFL license. What actually happened was the NFL was sick of having to negotiate with multiple companies every year, and they literally just wanted to go, we just want to sell our license to one company for the biggest fucking pocket ever, and EA was the only company that could literally afford it. Right. And then the same thing happened with the NBA license, and then the same thing happened with the NHL license. It is absolutely the NFL and the NHL and the NBA's fault that EA ruined those games. It is not EA's fault, even, weirdly enough.
Then there's still college games that come out too as well, although that faces the entire other problem of, like,
I want my
treating your players
team
like shit. Like, they get nothing despite being...
I'm not gonna play a college sports game unless it has that university that has all the rapists in it, because god damn it, I want to see that logo, and they should put that statue... Anyway, back to video games.
It's really cool when Ringo Road Again says "Welcome to the True Man's World" on the title select screen, and then the music plays. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh boy. I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait. Some other stuff was announced.
Sports fans are the biggest nerds in the world. I've told this story before, but I remember talking to my dad about baseball, and my dad could list off fucking 40 years of baseball stats for every player that ever played in fucking the Major League Baseball since he was a kid. And then he'd be like, you're wasting your time with those video games. How long did it take you to learn their batting averages, Dad? You're nuts! You're fucking nuts!
Well, you know, and now you can tell your kid that you can recite the entire, I don't know, like, cycle for a given class in FF14, and what spells are the right ones to do and which ones are the you know, like.
What year?
Yeah, we all get in there at some point. It's all the same shit.
Yeah, but the difference is, and here's the difference. Here's the fun part. When they're into their VR DJ rave mixing, and I'm like, look at this nerd. Look at this nerd with this DJ mixing with the VR portal. I'm going to know it's stupid, and I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to be like, haha, it's my turn now, idiot. Haha, you're such a dweeb. Yeah, my old shit's cool. Your new shit sucks, kid. Suck it.
Well, more like your old shit paid for this shit. So,
yeah, whatever.
Your dad's baseball knowledge didn't do shit.
I'm making money out here. What are you doing, kid?
See, that's the real.
You want to talk about Lester the Unlikely? Yeah, that Lester the Unlikely references paid for your braces. We're gonna talk about it. You know, in the beginning, you barely do a jump.
Reset
but then
the clock.
By the end of the game,
he's leaping. Yeah, your dad's baseball knowledge never paid for shit. That's the important distinction. That's very important.
And then he's like, hey, we're going to go to a baseball game this year. I'm like, sick, Dad. Then the fucking Expos leave forever. Fucking Expos. It's one of the most fucking... it's one of the things about Dave Lang that makes me so insane is that he has this fucking Expos hat that he loves to wear.
Oh, no, there's the cool throwback Expos clothing that you can have. That's just all about, like, reminding everyone how dead the team is.
Oh, God. Oh, it hurts.
It's like wearing necromancy gear. It's just...
Yeah. Which is appropriate for his ghost. Rest in peace, Dave.
Rest in peace. Other things that got announced. One, the new game called Trek to Yomi, which is basically looking like a Kurosawa-inspired samurai versus yokai sort of game.
Oh, I forgot that was the name, and all I could think of is when you say Trek to Yomi, a joke that I didn't think of at the time is the Trek to Yomi is a game about learning to mash throw reversal inputs on Wake Up.
But
in case Wolf is gonna do giant swing on you.
But the true Yomi is no throw reversal input. It's nothing. By not inputting anything, that is how you reverse a throw. That's an actual Yomi counter.
Yeah. Yomi is the Japanese word for reading the mind of the opponent.
And what I actually thought of when I heard Trek to Yomi was I thought of 310 to Yuma.
Okay.
And that was the wrong thing.
But anyway, say every black and white game that has a black and white aesthetic, I'm looking at it and I'm like, it looks wrong. They're all trying to look like Kurosawa movies, and they all look like shit compared to Kurosawa movies.
It's too gray.
It's grayscale. They put a monochrome grayscale filter on it. It's not black and white.
It's the same problem again and again, and it's a very easy to understand thing when you read Sin City or when you look at like the source material on stuff that is designed to be monochromatic. It doesn't mean taking a normal scale of lighting and then just dropping it into black and white on a filter and calling it a day. It means designing it to be built and sculpted out of whites and darks. you know?
Black and white. There's no black, white, and gray movie. It's black and white.
You do actually have gray, but it's selective and deliberate.
They're the edges.
Selective and deliberate.
Edges.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and when you do, you also drop in like tone in a lot of cases. You know, I mean, in a comic, you'll have dot tone to kind of bring that in between effect. But
also,
yeah.
like when I'm watching this, I pointed out, like, also Kurosawa, when color became available, made all his fucking movies in color, and they look great, and they're saturated and vibrant.
So
because he was a talented filmmaker that just wanted to use the best shit he got.
So it unfortunately does seem to be the case here when you look at most of the trailer here, that it's like they're going for the multiple shades of gray, which is fine. It's a valid thing to choose. It's a valid style to go with. But like, it is interesting how people, when they go to emulate that, they get it wrong, thinking that you just take a color thing, make it black and white, and it'll look old. And it's like, no, they actually had to put shots together and compose with a completely different lighting methodology than standard colored lighting, you know?
Yeah, like, I still think it's gonna drive. Ghost of Tsushima is a great game, but it's like Kurosawa mode is maybe like the biggest failure of like an alternate art design I've seen in my life of anything. It is a total failure, top to bottom. I'm skipping around in random pieces, and like every single object in the frame is gray. So yeah. It looks so bad.
Now that being said, the game is being made by what is the studio called? They made Shadow Warrior, Flying Wild Hog. So I've never played Shadow Warrior. Seems like it's a game that people enjoy. Seems like I heard good things. But yeah, not much to make of this in terms of the basics of its combat system. But it just seems to be side-scrolling, locked in, fight some yokai, play a samurai dude.
That seems fine.
Man, just actually typing the word Kurosawa movies into Google and just scrolling down past the like extreme lights and darks of every shot.
I threw it into YouTube.
Yeah.
And the one that I scrolled past a couple, and the one that cracked me up was like, I think it's God, I forget what movie it is, but it's just like like all of them are like, the sky's a little gray but mostly white, and like the grass is a little gray but mostly dark, and characters are wearing like bright and black, and it's just like, it's so fucking,
everything is saturated up and down.
Like, I'm sending you
extreme.
A screenshot right now. This is the most emblematic one.
Exactly.
Like,
shapes.
The gray is white gray. And the mist is white, and the rocks on the ground are white, and then you have your character who's almost head to toe in black, and it's so frustrating.
Figures and shapes define themselves as their own outlined figures, like a compositional strong figures, and then backgrounds and sky and horizon and all that stuff is given its own layer as well. But all of that is like, it's not blending together so that the dark on the person is the same as the dark of the buildings around them, and is the same as the darkness of the sky and the darks of the hat, and then there's only a couple of highlights here and there. Like, you have to sculpt it a little bit more, you know? Anyway, that being said,
and you watch Ran, and Ran is like the most fucking saturated movie you've ever fucking seen in your life. The brightest colors on everybody's armor and like, I could go on, but
I mean, it's kind of goofy when like Mad World comes closer than the actual samurai game.
Mad World's great. Like,
Like
legitimately.
Mad World comes closer because of its use of white and black and contrast. Yeah. Anyway, well, then they showed off the new update to Returnal, Ascension co-op mode, and Tower of Sisyphus.
Mm-hmm.
I hear that they have finally fixed the saving system. That's wonderful.
Oh, cool.
I hear this co-op mode is in. That's cool. Unfortunately, it's not local co-op. I got excited for that it might be, but it is online co-op only, which, you know, in retrospect, maybe I was kind of silly for thinking about there being a local co-op because nothing does that anymore, you know? But
I saw that and I was like, I think Returnal might be the best shooter I've ever played, combined with the worst roguelike I've ever played.
the subtle gun changes that you hated didn't bother me as much. It was the save bug or save feature or lack thereof that killed it for me.
Well, the save bug is terrible, but runs being like more than twice as long as the average run of every other roguelike ever, plus the save bug.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I was at the point in the game where I was getting far enough to get to a specific room in like level 5, which is straight up the hardest room in the game, and it would take me like 90 minutes to get to this one room, and then fail in like 8 seconds, and then oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I guess I'm willing to give it another crack now that update's been done, though. Like, I've been just so put off by needing to block out a couple hours of my day towards the game and knowing that I couldn't possibly turn it off or put it down. And now that it seems like you can, I'm down to go take another look, you know. Yeah. Then they showed off the Diofield Chronicles, or the Diofield Chronicle, and that just looks like
again confusion.
Everyone seemed to think it was a returning game, and then it turned out to just be a new RTS.
I thought it was going to be tactics.
Yeah,
because it looks like it.
Yeah, and
it
then
sounds like it.
But it's RTS and it's ungridded.
And then they show like there's something about that game that makes me really worried, and it's they only show what the actual gameplay is like for actually 2 seconds.
They show you like a rush battle on the horse thing. They show you a couple of attacks getting set up, and I think you see a Bahamut summon.
Real time with pause. Yeah, but it's real time with pause, like RTS, and I'm like, oh, okay, no grid, huh? No turn based.
No grid. No turn based.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
real time. Okay. Real time makes me sweat because I just lack the skill. But I'm always open to throwing myself into an unfamiliar environment, and it's and with pause is helpful for people like me. Like, so that existing is nice. But like 13 Sentinels, for example, like the fact that I could set up my next movement in the stopped time made that game night and day for me, because I lack the skills to macro manage in the way that it would want me to if you couldn't slow down time in 13 Sentinels.
I don't think it looks very good.
I think it's fine, but we'll see.
That's just my gut reaction.
Again, a lot of these things need that first look. Here's the gameplay in action for like 20 minutes. You know, you need to see it run and get through all of its bits and pieces.
Wooly, I have a weird request from you.
Mm-hmm.
Usually I don't ask this because you might not be able to actually deliver it to me, because who knows what you actually have on the docket. But like, I have the really intense urge to play a game that simulates the feeling of eating drywall. Do you have something there on your announcement list?
Could you possibly maybe be interested in some Valkyrie Elysium?
Oh my god. Oh, that taste. That's the drywall I crave.
Dude, I have to say, I don't
Really
know
needed
the
the crunch.
Okay. Have you done all the are you a Valkyrie profile guy?
Nope.
No, I'm not a Valkyrie profile guy. I've learned about Valkyrie profile peripherally through good old pal Shmup God Pat, who showed me some real cool shit, and I was like, damn, this is fucking sick. What a cool franchise that, you know, I would love to sit down and play if I had the time, but I didn't. But as a traditional RPG, that looked like some rad shit with great music, characters, and traditional, like, get into fight and then do some combos kind of mechanics.
It's beloved for a reason.
That were, yeah, you know, it was awesome to see, like, especially when, like, people were looking at Indivisible for the first time and they're like, okay, I'm seeing some of the bones of, like, the classic good Valkyrie profile games in there, you know? You have a really fun set of characters that do wild shit, and it's great. And that franchise, unfortunately, it seems just, you know, tried to live on, but sputtered out, and then, you know, Square did what it did. So now it's back, and they've revealed a new one, and they're willing to put, like, I guess, a budget behind the new release. And I suppose maybe the thinking was, what if we made a new Valkyrie game and we tried to capture some of what we did with Nier Automata? Because I feel like I see subpar Nier Automata-esque action when I look at this trailer.
That's a really... Wooly, you are courageous. You are a bold and courageous man to give such benefits of the doubt.
Like,
you're a hero.
Because I see this action game, and it's like, well, this is not what Valkyrie games usually look like, so they're trying something else, and it doesn't look like it's pulling that off. But I'm just thinking, I'm looking at some of these sequences, and I'm wondering if they're like, this is where it'll be like 2B doing a big combo on a room full of enemies. We just did it.
Hey, man.
Platinum did it. We can do it again.
Wow. I don't even, like, some may look at Valkyrie whatever this game, what's it called?
Elysium.
Valkyrie Elysium, and be like, they're going for an avant-garde, desaturated, pseudo-watercolor art style as previously seen in some games such as Nier Automata. To me, I say, this looks like a slab of concrete served to me and told to me that it is bacon and eggs and to enjoy eating my concrete paste. Okay. So some people disagree with me, but I feel very strongly about what I'm about to say. So get ready. The point of a trailer is to entice people about your product. It is the best face forward. It is the job interview. It is the first handshake. It is the face of the game until the next one comes out. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Trailers often include things that don't make it into the game or are charitably demonstrated compared to what's actually in the game, and trailers tend to be a little bullshotty, a little overdone, a little what have you. In the Valkyrie Elysium trailer, there's a shot where the main character is kneeling while another character talks to her, and for a full 3 seconds her hair is going absolutely crazy and glitching out with a physics bug. And this is a shot that made it into the trailer, and somebody looked at that shot and either went, no, that's fine, who cares, or didn't look at it closely enough before putting it in. That's the kind of care that I'm expecting from the rest of this project. And I think that's very fair because when I see games and their frame rates in their trailers are just falling the fuck apart, guess what? Those games come out with terrible fucking frame rates.
So, I'm looking at the trailer again right now, and I'm standing by what I said in that you're looking at environments here where it's like, oh, here's the big outdoor area where they're gonna do some moves that look again pseudo near-ish, but not quite the same oomph. And some of these castle textures, you're going through some large castle areas, and you're fighting some larger monsters, and it all looks again like pretty fucking dated. And then you get an up close look at the actual Valkyrie, and the face looks very just again not on point. I see this as I see the Square looking at some of these enemies and some of these giant bosses they're fighting and some of the spells they're doing and some of the air combos they're pulling off and going, do the near thing we just did. I'm getting that vibe strongly watching it again right now. But just like, can you do it again though? And they're not doing it. But I feel like that's part of what they asked them to do. You know? And I, as someone who has not played the previous Valkyrie games, I have to say it must feel real bad to be a fan of the franchise and be waiting this long. And
I mean, it always is.
To get this as the answer, as opposed to just, you know, literally like a port plus some good music or a better new.
So what I
see
see when I look at Neofield Chronicles and I see Valkyrie Elysium, I see. So FF14 brought in X amount of dollars this month. What new projects can we throw this money away on again? Well, we had Balan Wonderworld before.
Hey man, it's gonna take a while.
That was a good way to throw that away. We had Quiet Man.
Babylon's Fall is gonna be the Lost Leader for a while.
Oh yeah,
that's a live service Lost Leader. Don't you get it twisted.
So like straight up, FF14 makes a bunch of money, and the money FF14 has its budget, which is decided for it, and then Square Enix goes, we can turn this money into smaller projects that are risky, and whoever the fuck is in charge of that part of the process seems like they are the dumbest motherfucker in the games business. Just pick after pick after pick after pick of complete garbage for like 6 or 7 years.
I'm looking at the timeline here, and it's 1999 Valkyrie Profile, 2006 Silmarillia, 2008 Covenant of the Plume, and then fucking Silence 2016 mobile game, and now Elysium. That's the timeline of beloved franchise from the 90s, never has a chance, comes back as a half mobile thing, and then it continues to just disappoint. Like it's following to a T the exact timeline of multiple franchise from that era. And I'm as an outsider, again, I feel like all they would really want is probably any of those previous games ported decently, or something in that vein to just go, hey, this franchise still exists.
We got information in here. Valkyrie Elysium is being made by Soleil, the developers of Naruto, Shinobi Strikers, Samurai Jack, and Ninjala. Oh, goody.
All right. Well,
goody.
The interest in a Valkyrie game has been something that I know people have wanted for some time, but that's fucking that hurts from a distance. That fucking hurts.
Well, at least Yuji Naka's not getting a fucking free ride out of this one. I forget who it was on my Twitter, but they pointed out that Babylon's Fall is so embarrassing that Square Enix isn't even trying to fake the user Metacritic score on that one.
Oh, they're all just the worst ever. Yeah, I saw a tweet about something like that.
They're not even trying to fake it like they do with like God, Balan Wonderworld. They paid a bunch of people who couldn't speak English at all to give Balan Wonderworld a bunch of good reviews.
I mean, like the fact that Square Enix has a bunch of these titles and they're willing to go grab some and try others. Like, The World Ends With You, for example. They like brought that back the other day.
And then didn't market it for shit. And then it didn't push it hard enough, despite the fact it's like the nichest thing in the world. And then it bombed. But
it seems like it's a pretty good game otherwise. Right?
Yeah, 100%.
So yeah, like shit like that is happening, and displaying a willingness to resurrect things that people love. You
resurrect these fucking nuts.
I mean, just again, start with the basics of what people love about the thing, right? Start with the basics, probably.
Like, one of the most baffling things to me is that Final Fantasy Tactics never got re-released. It got released on like Android like 10 years ago or something, and that version still works.
And again, reminder, you're ignoring the bad one that happened on PSP.
Okay, I'm shocked that Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions never got re-released. Ever. Okay. We're in a world where Capcom has sold Street Fighter 2 on every single platform to ever exist, but if you want to play Final Fantasy Tactics, you have to use a PS1 or PSP emulator. Like, that's weird.
Because, yeah, I'm sure if you were to go ask them, they'd be like, oh, well, we did. We put it on the fucking... Put it on the handheld, That
was like 15 years ago.
Yeah. No, yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. No, I know. Yeah. And there's the shit that like is literally, well, I was gonna say, the shit that's never going anywhere, like Chrono Cross. But here we are in this fucking weird new timeline. That used to be the go-to for like grab a fucking PS1, PS2 era RPG that's just never going anywhere from Square.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, like fucking Chrono Cross. Oh my god, it's actually coming. Anyway. That was pretty much it, That's the state of play.
And remember, what's really important is not the fact that it was a weird and confusing series of announcements, some of which didn't seem ready for their own announcements at all. What's really important is that when you were watching State of Play, you were not reading about how Sony is being sued for a sexual discrimination lawsuit by a bunch of women. That's what really matters.
And did that come out afterwards?
The timing on that was not suspicious at all.
Because I want to say it immediately followed up the announcements. 8 more are alleging sexual harassment and discrimination at Sony. Systematic limits on women's promotions, porn in the workplace, more. Yeah. So there was an original lawsuit that was filed in November 2021, but it seems that as this is building up with more workers coming out and filing complaints, Sony's on the list.
Exoprimal. What's that about the women's?
Well, essentially, there was an initial complaint that was filed.
The Oakfield Chronicles.
And many women have left, and There's a group called the Sony's Women in PlayStation group, where at least 10 women left in 4 months from Sony's Rancho Bernardo office.
Drywall muncher.
That's
what I'm gonna call it.
That's
I
what
can't
we're
remember
going.
the real name.
We're going with it. Okay. Yep. So, yeah. Join in on the fun alongside fucking literally every other company.
It's so like this. I've been reading up on this stupid business since I was like 7, and it's so predictable every time. Like, oh God, how do you not become like such a terrible cynic? How is it even possible? Uh-oh. The secrets about the creepo's gonna come out. Quick,
I mean, if you
pay somebody to put a bunch of Horizon meme gifs on the Twitter.
To be perfectly honest, if you want the real answer to that question, it's consume the games the way that most of my friends do, which is play the thing that comes out on the box when it's out, and not be paying and not pay attention to any of the industry stuff that we have been doing for.
Yeah, I know. You're totally right. It's just like when I'm watching State of Play, the whole time I was watching it, I'm like, this isn't distracting me at all. This isn't good enough to distract me. You want to get me distracted? You show me Dragon's Dogma or some shit.
Oh.
Exoprimal's not going to make me forget about this crap. Give me a fucking break.
I see. Yeah. So, I mean, it's an ongoing thing. Not much else to report, but investigations are underway. And Sony is a very fucking big company. And the bigger the company, the longer these stories go, because the more people join in to go, yeah, some shit's going down.
You know what the opposite of this shit is? It's the funniest thing in the world, but I also feel like kind of bad for anybody whose job it is to market that fucking Hogwarts game.
Oh,
because because they set up, hey, we're gonna show off the gameplay of the Hogwarts game in like 3, 2, 1. JK's coming out swinging. Here she comes. She's gonna say something. Remind you that Harry Potter is written by a psycho.
Auntie JK coming out for Christmas dinner. Yep. The other way to go with it was that Microsoft, seemingly in the clear on their own, have now acquired a giant group of abusers under their purchase. Sony, not to be outdone, of course, has to match speed.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah,
and expose their own internal issues, because you got to keep the competition high. You know, keep your enemies close.
Oh, it's great. I love it.
Yep. Video
it's just
games
like
are
I just see like a 2-person office at some marketing firm. And like just bloop. Oh, what's that on my phone? Oh God, again! God, we already said the gameplay's Thursday. We can't tell. Fuck. How do we distance this? How do we?
It's done.
Oh God.
I mean, the truth ultimately is that like this is gonna exist at every single office where there are more than 2 employees, but even then, no guarantees, because the people don't know how to act, and they also have jobs, and this is going to be a thing. And in some cases, people get, quieted down, and in some cases, they don't. But
it's wild because JK's in an office of 1, and still hit that.
Damn.
Just hit it. I just realized You know, J.K. Rowling and Overwatch are like the same thing.
Go on.
Hey, you seem like an asshole. Hermione was black all along, and this new Overwatch character's gay. I promise. The whole time. It was the whole time.
Sort of. But JK's way more full of shit because she'll use, like, legitimate trauma from her life to then shit on trans people and try to make that an equivalency, which on a corporate level is pretty difficult to do. So I'm gonna say worse.
But on the other hand, some of the people doing those story revisions at Blizzard are rapists.
Well, there's that.
So,
it all comes out in the wash.
Oh no! Wow!
Whoa! Wow! Hey! Oh.
Allegedly.
Oh boy. On the one hand, JK. On the other hand, his name is McGraw now, or quick shot, fucking cowboy. What?
Cowboy
Cassidy.
man.
Cassidy. It was Cassidy.
Cassidy Cowboy.
His name's Cassidy now. All right, look.
Oh, everything sucks. All right, yeah, we're doing it. We're
Look.
living this hell
Hold
world.
on. No. Look, good things. Square Enix has announced a music channel where all their music for all their games can be listened to. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that excited? Aren't you super excited for that? Isn't it super cool? Isn't it super cool?
So a company like Square Enix that has like insanely weird rules about the way their music is sold and listened to, and how difficult it's actually to get a lot of those albums, that is actually like useful if I actually want to go listen to track. Oh, it's for fucking copyright strikes, isn't it?
What the fuck are you doing, Pat? How long have you been on this job? What is wrong with you?
Oh, so they can
They don't understand, and everyone's been so excited about it, and I'm like, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, and this probably doesn't affect you, but guess what? When a company like Squeenix gets their entire music library and shoves it on YouTube, you think it's for your ease of listening? It's to make our jobs fucking harder. It's to make sure that everything is now listed inside of the YouTube copyright content ID system, and everything I upload, including the ongoing Final Fantasy VI, might now be a problem the moment it hears all music from all Square games. It's a database recognition upload. It has nothing to do with making your lives easier. Who the fuck? Don't fall for that shit.
I was just frustrated because it's really hard to get a hold of the FF14 albums.
Yeah,
and I want to listen to some of that music.
No, they're not your friends, man. This is a copyright ID upload so that they have a cross-reference to fuck over everything you do in the future. I mean, it's bad enough when some stupid fucking band from some other country pretends to own the song and then claims it themselves because they used a sample in their music video, and now everything it belongs to them. So they steal money too. But in this case, this is a mass upload of, if you're going to upload anything Square related, hope you're ready to have a conflict on your channel. Hope your video's ready to potentially do a share.
New content ID claims.
Hopefully so. It's going to take a while. But make no mistake, anything you feed onto YouTube is immediately verified against existing copyright ID, and then also becomes usable as a weapon to the uploader. So I've seen many videos where I can go in, find people who are using or playing things I've played, and go, oh, do you want to flag that person for playing that game or for using this clip? And I go, no, fuck that. Or do a revenue share or whatever the case is. Make no mistake, Square's about to do that. This is not a benevolent upload. I'm glad everyone else is like, yay. Because for most people that are not fucking content ID content creators, it's a useful thing to just be like, yay, big channel, all the music, but this fucking sucks for what we do.
All right.
But hey,
that's nice.
The next time you get into an internet argument with a couple of X-bots that don't know when to shut the fuck up, all you gotta do to prove how fucking smart you are is tweet out a photo of you live in surgery because you're a surgeon and you know what you're talking about and they don't. And that's how you win a console war argument.
I think that guy got fired.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
That's like so. Guaranteed malpractice.
So for those of you who haven't seen it, literally from PS Vortex on Twitter, here I am inducing anesthesia, intubating and putting a patient on controlled mechanical ventilation for a laparoscopic cholecystectomy case in QR, slandering my identity, profession, because you Xbox can't argue facts. Saving lives is my job. Console wars are my hobby. Hashtag PS5. Oh, God,
not your job anymore, bro.
Oh, man. Well, he did own them. He did own them for that 1 minute. God bless. You know, like, he nuked his entire career, which takes fucking years of his life to become, from his practice, to win the point. And you know what? To him, might be worth it. God bless.
God damn it.
That's
a lawsuit waiting to happen for real.
I mean, whoever was under the anesthesia at that point,
they better love Sony a lot.
Well, if they pop out and just go like Xbox for life, malpractice.
Oh,
yeah. All right. And last little bit here. Just a bit of a wild one, but the Evo 2022 lineup was announced. Pretty predictable all the way around, with two exceptions. One, Skullgirls is in.
Woo.
So yay on that. Shout outs to Sharpie for getting to announce that. Very exciting. It seems like they're going to do a make good, because last time was supposed to be the Skullgirls' time to shine, and then things didn't shine too well. So this time around, we're going to finally own up to it. And that's nice because of the completely unfair shafting the last, back when, you know, it first came out. We've told the story before, but they were told Skullgirls is too new for being a 6-month-old game at the time. And then Cross Tag Battle with 2 months from Evo was then able to get in. Not to mention Sam Show, which was not out yet, but was still able to get in. And everyone went, what the actual fuck?
I wonder how they'll screw them this time.
So that's nice that that's happening. Skullgirls, fuck yeah. The choice that's making everyone super confused is Grand Blue Fantasy Versus being on that list, because that game fucking died the moment it didn't have rollback and the pandemic started.
I'm not confused.
Yo, side games money.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But in terms of shit people play, that's a...
People will show up if there's a pot for it.
Blow the dust off, you know. But how you gonna play locally? Like, what are you gonna do? You know, there are no locals. There is no game. Everyone completely dusted it and moved on, because scene dried the fuck up when there was no decent rollback on it. Everyone's instead taking that energy to DNF Duel.
You know what? I have an idea for a fighting game tournament I would love to see. You announce that you're going to go to the tournament 1 year in advance when the game comes out, and then you are not allowed to play other people. You only can play single player right up until you go to the tournament.
I am so confused.
Then you'll see who the real best is.
Oh, so you want GameStop champion. You want GameStop champion. First best of 7 rounds, 1 game. Score attack.
Yeah.
Best score wins the tournament. Yeah. GameStop Street Fighter 4 champion. Absolutely. Winner Ryu headband. Yeah.
$1 million on the line.
I follow.
Do it.
I follow.
Do it.
GameStop champions rise up. Including that one lying asshole that we used to know.
Oh, yeah.
GameStop champ. Hey, so shout outs to Skullgirls and big question marks to Psy Games money. Other games could have gotten that spot, but what are you gonna do, all right? The slots are still buyable, is what this says to me.
That's how they're gonna screw over Skullgirls. Skullgirls is gonna get their grand finals cut off so they can start the fucking Grand Blue Fantasy pools.
Reveal trailer for a new character that came in and deleted the rollback that we were thinking of putting in.
That's wild.
If you've got a letter, you can send it over to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
That's true.
That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Let's take one over here from Faustus says, Dear Supermind Goblin Pat, who also has Mind Goblins Wooly, longtime listener, blah blah. I was scrolling through my Steam inventory, saw some sale coupons for unheard of games. Being a longtime Steam user, 99 times out of 10, they're linked to terrible, borderline criminal games no matter what the sale. But for a giggle, I looked into a game named Trivia Vault Mixed Mini Trivia 3. It has a series of mixed reviews, and a precursory yielded that all the negative reviews were copy, shovelware, paste that don't even work. The shocking thing is that 100% of all positive reviews will claim that you get 5,000 plus achievements on installation alone, and that's its only purpose for hardcore hunters, to get an easy-to-pay achievement boost. This is just the tip of the iceberg, as you can purchase well over 60 of these instant gratification scams in a bundle. The math alone, the number of achievements you can get is staggering, to say the least. So I guess if I had a question, have you known of anything with such a profoundly nonsensical addiction? Yeah. So basically the idea here being there are Steam games that exist that are pieces of shit just to add achievements to your fucking score. I've told the story about the people that I used to work with that would divide their game time into achievements per night and how many they could get in a given night. And if a game was not able to get a certain amount of gamer score per night, it was not worth playing at all, no matter how good or bad whatever that game might be. And the games that were bad but gave you the gamer score quickly were high value, high profile, and those were shared amongst the achievement communities about which games to go after and what to play and why. It's like borderline destructive to the industry if like this gets embraced as a thing. Thankfully, it's so insane that it's still a minority, and only the craziest of crazy people.
It's only for the craziest of addicts
that'll go find it. So it's not a huge worry in that regard, but I am worried absolutely about the increased stress being put on extrinsic value in games like this that are a fucking waste of everyone's time. Nobody cares. The game doesn't even have to be a game. Just buy the achievement points. Just why not make it that at that point, you know? And yeah, it's for the crazies. I don't know what you can say. Steam should probably have some kind of fucking policy for that shit.
Yeah, they should have a lot of things.
Here's one from Ryan from Burlington. Says, hello, Tiny Rage Goblin. And
good old B-Town!
Tiny Rage Goblin of unpleasant logic and dreaded fog of lost memories. Hey, man, I've been to Burlington. That is a fog of lost memories. That mall? Jesus Christ.
Damn. I've been to Burlington, too.
Woof. Big fan since the beginning. You got me into a lot of cool shit that I never would have checked out on my own. Something that always bothered me, though, is whenever Wooly starts talking about Gungrave. It's not Harry McDougal, it's Harry McDowell. Wooly never once said it right, at least as far on the podcast as I've gotten. And it bothers me because Gungrave needs more ground swell so that we can get Brandon Heat versus Kazuma Kiryu in Death Battle. Keep it up, shitlords. All right, Ryan. Well, let me.
Wow, you're such a big Gungrave fan too.
Let me break it down this way. All right, what's likely happening here? I have no confirmation. I might just be a big dumb idiot who got it wrong forever, but I suspect that what I'm seeing is someone who caught it dubbed in English, where they probably said Harry McDowell, because that's what it's written out as, and that's what it would be in the script. When I was watching it, it was subbed week of release, every episode as it was coming out live in Japan, and the way that it was pronounced in Japanese was Hari Makadugaru, and that was a big old joke, with especially that and Brandon Hito and all that shit was hilarious. But that's what we would hear all the characters say in sub rather. So I'm suspecting that upon it getting dubbed, it was pronounced correctly as McDowell, but I never heard that since I was watching it in original Japanese. Probably.
I suspect that people should go watch an episode of Gungrave and find out if you're completely full of shit or not.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
But only watch the episodes of Gungrave that have the cowboy zombie, not that boring mafia shit.
No, but the cowboy zombie's not going to be talking about Harry at that point. You have to watch the.
No, I just wanted to say it.
Okay. Yeah, no. So that was 20 years ago. My memory of the character from 20 years ago was in the way that it was said in Japanese, is that goofy ass way.
I gotta say, Wooly, the way that you describe Gungrave caused me to stop watching Gungrave.
That's all right. I didn't know you started. I didn't know you started.
I was watching Gungrave. I was watching and I was 3 episodes in, and you started fucking ranting about how there's this cowboy zombie shit, but in the middle it's all this incredible fucking mob story, and that's most thing, and then you go back to that stupid cowboy zombie shit. I'm like, oh cool, I can stop watching right now because it's never gonna be good again.
Yeah, I liked the mafia shit in the middle a lot. I still do. I still enjoy it. And then later when it's half and half, I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Some dudes from the mafia era, like Bunji, are just cool enough that even in the zombie era, they still maintain their cool. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm gonna guess that's probably what's happening here. I'm reminded of the other pronunciation things with Naruto and Akatsuki and whatever is said in the dub that I've never heard, so I was saying it the way I was hearing it in Japanese at the time. Maybe.
Hey, I can have my revenge on Wooly for making me sad because I was so stupid about that Square Enix music thing. Breaking news! Beepity beep 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 beep. Atlas West releases Persona 4 Arena Ultimax streaming guidelines. Please don't stream or record video before release. Don't do it. Here's the release times. But also, if you're planning on live streaming or posting your gameplay, please avoid major story spoilers in your video thumbnails, titles, and descriptions, and include a spoiler warning. Please don't spoil the fun for players who might be experiencing the game for the first time about the fighting game that has characters on its roster that are fucking massive spoilers for the prior games that you put this same announcement out for!
I'm sorry, I didn't hear any of that. What did I miss?
Yeah.
Huh?
Don't spoil Persona games by streaming Ultimax. Don't spoil it.
Okay. Let me just
So, Wooly, when you're playing as culprit, okay, or the redheaded kid, don't talk about their story. Don't do it. Don't mention it.
Don't spoil.
Unless you put a fucking.
Don't spoil P4.
No, you can spoil P4 now, unless you're doing a P4 stream.
Don't
Then
spoil
you can't
story
spoil.
mode of P4U.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you're playing a Shadow Labyrinth, shut up, I guess.
That's this one.
No, don't stop it.
Don't
stop it.
Don't look at the pillow. You're not allowed to look at the pillow.
God, it's like, it's so stupid. It's
not even a new game. It's not even a new game.
Stupid.
It's a fucking port of an old game.
It
It
like,
also has a story mode for P4A, which was the original release, which is a whole other story, mind you. Different from the Ultimax one. With the fucking Mayonaka Arena shit. Oh my god.
The Atlas shit is the dinosaurist of all. And talking with Ultimax and Culprit specifically is the stupidest version of them all by far, right?
The dumbest.
You see Culprit on screen for 1 second, a character of which, by the way, we have taken more care in dealing with than any of the game's original trailers for that character.
Just out of courtesy, because the game's good and worth not getting spoiled on that, mind you. Absolutely. And you know what? It's paid off. Because even shit like even because of the way we've tiptoed for years, Punch Moms was able to enjoy the game years later.
Yeah, and also there's no reason to say anything other than Culprit. People
because
who
everyone
know,
gets it
know,
anyway,
and people who don't.
So yeah, that's great. It's good.
That's good.
Love those guidelines. Love those Atlas guidelines. Huge fans.
Always smart and
always
respectful.
Released while we're live. Have you noticed?
Oh, yeah.
The last 3 have been
we're always working.
live.
Always. Every time.
And there was once where it was right after we were done, before we hung up, and it was something like oh my god, man. Anyway, so if you happen to think for a second that Atlas might have started liking money, don't get it twisted. They still fucking hate it.
They hate coverage. They hate
it so much. Stop talking about it. Oh my god. All right.
All right. We'll catch you next week.
Oh, I had one more question.
Oh, you had another one?
Well, it was someone.
Dude, it's like 8:30. I'm hungry.
Okay.
Do it fast.
No, it's just to let you know about the e-bussy. We gotta go out on the e-bussy.
E-bussy. I thought the e-bussy was gone.
We gotta go out on it. Hey, Pat and Wooly, your conversation about the e-bussy reminded me of my previous job, where I worked at a large logistics company in the U.S. as an engineer. The naming conventions had me losing my shit constantly. There's no way someone in corporate didn't know what they were doing, but I don't know. Let me list a few ones. Trucks had to leave before a certain time. Those were called hot loads. The carts that carried extra large packages were branded with their company, Nutting. The large boxes that held a lot of smaller packages were called Gaylords. Trying to talk about these things in a big business men that were in charge conversation with a straight face was one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do in my professional life. Yes, sir, the hot load in Area 4 had a Gaylord explode. It cost us about $1,000. I'll speak to the area manager about this and see what corrective action can take place.
Oh, you're right. You were right to read that email. Oh, man.
Nutting hot loads.
All right. Okay. Somebody knew what they were doing. Somebody was having a laugh.
All right, there we go.
There's no way.
All
There's
right.
no way. Oh.
Out on that.
Yep. Bye.